Harper Audio presents Sweet Peril by Wendy Higgins. Performed by Erin Mallon. Prologue. Emergency Summit, 1748, Rome, Italy. Unbeknownst to the Roman community, 666 earthbound demons were making use of the infamous Colosseum. 12 of the fallen ones, the dukes, were present in human form, while the others hovered as spirits, blotting celestial light from the night sky. Rahab, the Duke of Pride, took his place in the center, exhilarated by the attention his presence commanded. He looked out with vehemence on thousands of Duke descendants, the Nephilim race, who had been summoned to the meeting from all corners of the earth. "Let us officially open the summit," Rahab ordered. A reverent combination of hissing and chanting filled the Colosseum. The ghoulish melody issued from the dukes and the spirits overhead as they flapped their massive wings in unison. A chill spread across the expectant audience as Rahab poised himself to reveal the purpose of their gathering. "It has come to our attention that 2 of you Nephilim no longer find it necessary to focus on the work for which you were bred." Nobody moved. Rahab turned his stare to a teenage girl in the crowd, who flinched as if stung by his cruel gaze. She averted her almond eyes, a dark lock falling from her upswept hair as she shrank back. "Come forward, daughter of Alosair." At these words from Rahab, the girl gave a violent shudder. "Femi?" Duke Alosair made his way to the front, forehead creased with displeasure as he sought his daughter. "Father," Femi whispered so low that normal human ears would never have caught it, but every being in the Colosseum that night heard. "Come here," her father said. "What have you done?" Femi made her way to him, in layers of Egyptian silk. "Father, have mercy on me, I beg you. I carry your grandchild." Alosair paused, and his forehead smoothed over. "Is that all?" he asked. "You know you will not survive the birth." She lowered her eyes again and nodded. Alosair turned to Rahab. "This is commonplace, Rahab." He did not bother disguising his irritation. "Pregnancy is hardly a worthy reason to call forth an emergency summit. The girl is a hard worker." "Ah, yes." Rahab turned his sneer to Alosair's daughter. "I'm sure this pregnancy is a result of all your hard work. No doubt you conceived while in the act of leading a human to sin. Isn't that right, girl?" A look of horrified realization crossed Femi's face as she searched the crowd, meeting only blank and hostile stares. She collapsed to the ground at her father's feet and sobbed, kissing his toes and ankles. Alosair stared down, bewildered. "Who have you been with?" he asked her. She shook her head, hair dragging on the ground around his feet. Rahab bent down and yanked Femi by the hair, forcing her to look up. "Answer your father. Tell him." Femi only cried harder and screamed as Rahab's fingers pulled tighter. "Fear keeps her silent, and so it should, because the father is not human. He is one of them, one of her own kind." A collective gasp rose from the crowd, followed by quick whispers and a hush. Duke Alosair's eyes narrowed to thin slits as he searched between Femi and Rahab. "That's right." Tiny specks of foam formed at the creases of Rahab's smile. "Suspicions were raised by one of my very own legionnaires, and confirmation was made by a fellow Neph." "Who was it?" Duke Senilian asked, icy hatred in his crystalline eyes. "Who do we get to punish?" Rahab raised an eyebrow, anticipation drawing out. "Yoshiro, son of Jezebet." "This cannot be!" The eyes of Duke Jezebet shone deep red as he stepped forward to face Rahab. He was the smallest of the dukes, but his quickness and sharp eyes lent him a powerful presence. "Where is the Neph who has made this claim?" I regret to say, she took her own life after revealing this hideous truth to us." Rahab settled a hand over his heart. "Yoshiro has faithfully served our cause," Jezebel shouted, ignoring his antics. "We shall see about that," said Rahab. "Come forward, Yoshiro." The crowd began to part. All turned toward Yoshiro as he came through, taller than his father, carrying a thin sword. "Stop right there," Rahab said. "Lay down your weapon or it will be taken from you." "Stupid boy," Jezebel chided him. "Have you no sense? You are to work against humanity, not waste away your days with a sister Nephilim." Yoshiro looked at Femi, who still lay in a pile of grief at her father's feet. He set down his sword. "This is my doing," Yoshiro said to the dukes. "Do not bother with Femi." "How very romantic." Rahab's voice was softly mocking. "But must I point out the obvious? You both forfeited her life the moment she conceived. Pity." Rahab paced for a moment, eyeing the distance with a dark smile. "Did you know some 500,000 humans perished in these very walls?" he asked. "These grounds are thirsty for the blood of their youth. It is the perfect venue for our own games, wouldn't you say? I do so hope that our 2 little gladiators will attempt to escape." He paused, raising an eyebrow at Yoshiro and Femi, who were stunned into stillness, as if disbelieving that their secret had been made known and their lives had come to this. Several dukes laughed without true humor, while the remaining Nephilim moved farther away, placing as much distance as possible between themselves and the unfolding events. "Well?" Rahab threw out his arms, a cruel smile on his lips as he called to the couple. "Now's your chance. Run!" Femi rose to her feet with a sob and pushed her way through the dukes to Yoshiro. They grabbed hands, and together they sprinted the length of the broken Colosseum, flanked by pestering spirits who gave chase above them. Several dukes cheered with malicious glee at the sight. "You!" Rahab scanned the crowd and pointed to a male among the outskirts. The straight-faced young man stepped out with a bow slung across his shoulder. "Kill them both," Rahab commanded. The Neph set his jaw and hesitated only a moment before nodding. He took an arrow from the quiver on his back and readied his bow. Despite the cool night, a bead of sweat rolled into his eye, and he bent his head to his sleeve, wiping. "They're getting away, fool!" shouted the Duke of Hate. The boy homed in on the running couple using his extended sight and auditory senses. Then, with a rise and fall of his Adam's apple, he let the first arrow fly, followed immediately by the second. His aim was perfect. For 2 heartbeats, the Colosseum was ghostly quiet as Femi and Yoshiro fell, limbs draped across each other in a macabre heap. The young man's bow arm went limp at his side, and he moved back into the crowd, head lowered. "That's it then," hollered Thammuz, Duke of Murder. "Where's the sport in a quick kill, I ask you?" Rahab chuckled. "Be still, Thammuz. I suppose we shouldn't expect more when we have a Neph boy doing a dirty job for us. Consider this a reminder to you all." Rahab's voice rang out to the fringes of the Nephilim. "Your single purpose is to carry forth sin to humanity. If you choose to do otherwise, you forfeit your time on Earth. And if you choose to forget your fates, rest assured that I will not. Now go. Leave us to our summit." The horde crammed together, shuffling and shoving to exit the presence of the dukes. Jezebel and Alisair stood with stony expressions as the Nephilim filed past. Rahab cracked his knuckles and stared at the backs of the last retreating bodies. "For centuries, I've said those unpredictable half-breeds are more trouble than they're worth, but you lot insist on having them. They're an abomination, as stupid as humans, but as dangerous as wild animals." He smiled to himself before whispering his next thought out loud. "Even God himself has forsaken and forgotten them." Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Emily Dickinson. Love cannot be forced. Love cannot be coaxed. Pearl S. Buck. June, summer before senior year. Chapter 1. Party Girl. I promised myself I'd never do the work of my demon father, polluting souls, leading humans to abuse their bodies with drugs and alcohol. I'd been naive to make such a vow. I'd been naive about a lot of things. Bass boomed through the darkened room where we all danced. I'd climbed onto the coffee table, feigning unawareness of the eyes on me, mostly friendly, but some lustful, some judgmental or envious. Tonight, my place on the table was less about being in the spotlight and more about having the best view. I'd witnessed a demon whisperer prowling, and I needed to keep an eye out. It had been a whole week since I'd seen one, the longest stretch since the New Year's summit. Jay and Veronica were around somewhere. My two human best friends had been an official couple for 4 months, finally having made up after the New Year's party where he kissed my neph friend, Marna, a daughter of Astaroth, the Duke of Adultery. Marna had a crush on Jay, but she'd kissed him knowing he and Veronica had strong feelings. The events of that night had become a taboo subject. I searched for Jay and Veronica now, but they must have been in the basement playing cards. They would want to go home soon, but I couldn't be caught leaving a party so early. It wasn't even midnight. There it was, the whisperer. My heart caught in my throat, but I kept dancing. The lively, fun atmosphere thickened into something dark and sinister as the vile presence moved along the ceiling like an oil slick. Needles of dread stabbed at my gut. After all this time, whisperers still gave me the creeps. The spirit surveyed the crowd, scowling at the smiling partygoers and lashing out with biting whispers. Dancers became agitated with one another. Drinks spilled, voices rose, and shoving began. I stepped down from the coffee table and headed for the kitchen. The demon changed its direction to follow. I pretended not to notice people trying to stop me and talk to me as I moved through the crowd. Within seconds, the dark whisperer loomed over me and said, "Daughter of Belial, this party is too tame." I gritted my teeth and fought back a visible shiver as its voice oozed into my brain like slime. I wanted it out of my head. "Yeah, I know," I sent my telepathic response to the spirit. "But that's about to change." I received a warm reception in the kitchen, raised glasses and shouts of my name. My peers had forgiven me of past awkward offenses and laid the old me to rest. They'd embraced the party girl when she came to life unnaturally 6 months ago, like a bloom forced open in winter. "What's up, y'all?" I plastered on my most playful smile. 1 week after the summit, demon whisperers began to stalk me. For 6 months, every day. Until a week ago. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe I'd proven myself and they'd leave me alone. Wrong. I'd shocked my own self with my sudden and fierce will to live. My eyes had been opened that night in New York City. I was meant to live and fulfill a purpose. They'd taken so much from me already. My former dreams and aspirations. I refused to hand over my life after all I'd been through, so I came out fighting, despite my sensitive angelic side. Ravenous for life, I'd searched for trouble with a sort of desperation. If there was a party, I was there. I drank sometimes, but mostly just pretended. I dressed to the trends, got 3 piercings in one ear and 2 in the other, plus a belly ring, and let the uber-cool stylist do whatever she wanted to my hair, as long as it stayed blonde. Very blonde. Because blondes had more fun, right? I appeared to be having a blast. Funny thing, appearances. "Will you make us some dirty kisses?" one girl called out. I smiled. I'd made up a shot at a party and named it the Dirty Kiss. It had become my signature drink, requiring the drinker to lick chocolate syrup from the bottom of a shot glass. I gave a disappointed tisk with a smack of my lips. I don't have the stuff tonight, but I'll make you something good. Don't worry. They cheered, and I was ashamed by the thrill I got from their attention. I turned toward the fridge, stomach churning. I'd gotten good at putting on a show under the stress of a demon's eyes. Right now, I knew it was slithering above the people behind me. The sooner I could get rid of it, the better. And I was in luck. At the bottom of the fridge were 2 trays of Jell-O shots. Well, hello there, I said, pulling them out. I had no idea where the party host was, or if the trays were being saved for something in particular, but none of that mattered. I held up the blue beauties and said, "Jell-O shots, anyone?" They all hollered with excitement, like I was their hero. Egged on by the demon's dark whisperers, all sense of decision-making among the partiers became suddenly muddled. Designated drivers reached for shots. Curfews were forgotten. Hands felt for bodies that weren't theirs to touch. It hurt to keep a smile on my face as I watched the spirit work. The demon's gurgling cackle rang in my ears for only me to hear. The party had begun. I woke with thumping behind my eyes and a dry mouth. I reached for the half-full water bottle by my bed and was chugging the contents when the events of last night floated to the surface of my sluggish memory. A beer bong, a drunken kiss in the bathroom between me and some random guy, people getting sick in the bushes outside, arguments with people who'd been drinking and wanted to drive anyway, a guy from school, Matt, wrestling his keys from me and stumbling to his car with his girlfriend, Ashley. I bolted upright in bed and clutched my mouth to keep from spewing the water. Oh no, Matt drove. Oh no, oh no, oh no. With shaking hands, I grabbed my cell phone from the nightstand. It was only 9 a.m, probably too early, but I didn't care. I texted Ashley to see if they'd made it home safely, then held my breath until she texted back, saying they were fine. With a ragged exhale, I slid down from the bed and hit my knees, leaning my forehead in my palms. I hated this life of being a Nephilim. What would happen the day someone wasn't okay? When a night of partying with Anna Whitt resulted in tragedy? It was hard to believe I lived a blessed existence in comparison to other children of demons. My father was a good guy, but he sure played the role of bad demon to perfection. Feeling steadier, I rose and went to my dresser, taking out a small black-handled dagger. I faced the thick plywood board I'd rigged against the wall with a painted life-sized body on it, now covered in punctures. Patty found the thing gruesome. I began a therapeutic round of throws, using memories from the past half-year to fuel me. My father's ally, the demon Azael, ironically also the messenger of Lucifer himself, came to me that night 6 months ago, when I'd found out Kaidan Rowe had moved to L.A. "Rahab has issued an order for all Neph to be under watch until further notice. Your father is also under investigation. Good luck to you, daughter of Belial." I hit the palm of the target's hand with the dagger. My entire junior year had been sucktastic, especially the second half. I went from being an honor roll student to barely squeaking by. It's funny how knowing you'll never be able to pursue your dreams can kill your motivation to keep up the GPA. Instead of doing homework, I'd spent my time learning to sling sharp objects. I retrieved the knife and aimed again. For 6 months, I'd been hounded. I had to constantly remind Patty not to show affection, and it broke my heart. We developed a sign for when spirits were around, a scratch to my chin. She'd leave my presence so they couldn't see her colors. They couldn't know she cared. The knife sunk into the target's elbow with a thud, and so it went around the body. I hadn't cried in 6 months. Since that day I stood at lookout point. Fear and trauma had taken their toll. I used to hate my tear ducts, thought tears made me weak. I'd taken their cleansing relief for granted, like so many other things. Thud. Somewhere in the world, my father was busy keeping up his facade as the Duke of Substance Abuse, but he'd still set up lessons for me in self-defense right after the summit. Grueling, hardcore lessons that defied my peaceful instincts. Thud. In the eye. If only Kaidan could see me now. I hadn't spoken with any of the Neph. No word from Kai. In the deep recesses of my soul, worry threatened to reach up and pull me under. He could be dead for all I knew. Thud. I had my choice of defense maneuvers I could have studied. My instructors wanted to focus on judo grappling and hand-to-hand combat, since I apparently had the flexibility, strength, and endurance for it. They couldn't understand my interest in knives, and I wasn't about to tell them that it made me feel connected to the boy I loved. I wondered what he would think if he saw me aiming for the throat and hitting it dead on. Would he be proud or appalled? Did he still care? I'd seen through a chink in his emotional armor when he stood at the summit in New York, prepared to fight for my life. Thud. 6 excruciating months without smelling the sweet, outdoorsy scent that seemed tucked into each memory of him. 6 months of living a lie to the outside world. When the dagger landed in the dummy's heart, I left it there and sat hard on my bed. Even with all its terror, the events of the summit had been incredible. Heaven sent down angels to spare my life. If they hadn't shown and intervened when they did, there would have been 3 additional deaths that night. Mine, Kaidan's, and Capano's, who'd also stood to defend me. I sighed and picked up the phone to call Jay. I owed him an apology for yet another crazy night. He answered right away. "What's up, girl?" "Hey, you," I said, surprised he didn't sound upset. "Feeling okay?" he asked. Yeah, mostly." "Dude, it's kind of freaky that you're calling, 'cause I was just about to call you." "You were?" "Yep. Can you come over? I want you to hear something." He sounded excited. Maybe he was finally getting used to my changes. "Sure, I'll be there in about 20. See you then." When I hung up, Patty peeked into my room. "It's safe," I told her. She grimaced at the impaled target. A sheen of blue sadness tinged the aura around her torso, but when she turned her face to me, a pretty vapor of pale pink surfaced in its place. She crossed her arms. Patty's strawberry curls were held back with a clip, although some had escaped and framed her lightly freckled face. As always, a mist-like guardian angel stood just behind her, watching our interactions with calm assurance. The silent observations of humans' guardian angels were a reassuring staple in my life. "Good morning," I said. "Are you going somewhere?" "I'm going to Jay's." "Oh, good." I heard a smile in her voice. "I haven't seen that boy in ages. Tell him I miss him, would you?" She smoothed my hair back into a neat ponytail and kissed my cheek. I turned and gave her a big squeeze. This was one thing other Neph didn't have, a loving nurturer to accept them without condition. Patty had picked me up from many parties in the middle of the night over the past few months. I hated that she had to witness all of it. "I will, Patty. Thanks. Love you." I grabbed my car keys from my dresser, eager to get some fresh air. It was weird driving to Jay's house. I hadn't been there in a while. Things were different since he'd gotten a job and a girlfriend, and since I'd become Party Anna. I guess nothing could stay the same forever. Jay still kept his hair cropped short, or else it would turn into a thick blonde sponge. The primary change in his appearance had come when Jay grew 2 inches this spring, and his softness disappeared. He stayed busy as an assistant DJ, and he just started an internship with an Atlanta radio station for the summer. The car crunched over pine cones as I pulled into the driveway of the 1-story Rambler. A giant weeping willow stood hunched over, its curtain of leaves dragging the sparse grass of Jay's front yard. I regarded it like an old friend as I walked to his door, breathing in the summer scent of honeysuckle. Nobody ever knocked at Jay's house. I let myself in and took the worn carpeted hall to his room. "Nice," he said when I walked in. He was sitting at his computer with his guardian angel standing directly behind him in soft white light. The angel nodded at me in greeting, but otherwise kept his attention on Jay. I sat down in the empty chair next to him and got a case of the raging tingles at the sight of the word on the screen. Lascivious. Jay smiled and said, "Their debut single is finally out. The album's almost done." They really made an album? Last time I'd stalked them online, there wasn't much to be found, but this was good. It meant he was losing himself in the music. He was okay. Jay laughed.
"Well, yeah. What'd you think they were doing out there in L.A.? Actually, it's only being released in California to start, but I got my hands on the censored radio version. Want to hear it?"
I shrugged as if I didn't care. Sure. I wondered if Jay could hear how loud my heart was thumping. He clicked on a link, and my plan to act uninterested disintegrated at the sound of the first note. I leaned forward, hanging on every beat like it was a lifeline to the person holding the drumsticks. The sound was more mainstream than their usual stuff, but it still rocked. I held my breath as the lyrics began.
"I tried to warn you, but girls never listen. Got your innocence insured? 'Cause it's about to be stolen, right out from under your nose. Prepare to curl your toes. I've got a one-track mind. You've got a nice behind." Chorus. "I had a good thing going, all numb in my shell. Then you took me by surprise, and now I'm scared as hell. I don't want to feel for you. I don't want to feel. If feeling means hurting, then I don't want to be real. You crank up my lust, girl. You tame down my rage. You let your inner vixen roam out of her cage. The moment our lips met, I saw it in your eyes. But you were seeing me too, I now realize." Chorus. "What do I want from you? I want everything, and I'm not gonna share. This ain't a casual fling. You can be my bad girl. I'll even be your good boy. How'd the tables get turned? F it. I'll be your love toy."
Chorus.
"What do you think? Good, huh?"
Jay asked. I swallowed hard, wishing for a glass of water. "Does it say on there who wrote it?" He looked at me funny.
"Michael's the only one who writes their songs, except singles they get from other sources. Why?"
"I'm just curious. Some of the lyrics..." A look of pity crossed his face.
"Oh, you thought..."
"No, never mind." I waved a hand like it was silly. How embarrassing.
"Well, let me check."
He clicked around until he found the jacket information for the album.
"Yep, says it was written by Michael Vanderson, lead singer."
"Cool." My throat itched. "Thanks for letting me hear it. Are there any, pictures? I mean, like an album cover?" I looked at the computer instead of at Jay. I didn't want to catch him or his guardian angel looking sad for me. Jay did some more clicking around. There they were. The lead singer, Michael, was in front wearing his signature tight clothes. The rest of the band was staggered behind him. And there was Kaidan, farthest from the camera, in the back. He stood with his feet apart, thumbs hooked in his pockets, and head tilted downward. His hair, which was buzzed short last time I'd seen him, had grown out enough to hang in his eyes, dark brown and slightly wavy at the tips. He wore all black, but his eyes peeking up through the shadows of his hair were a vivid contrast in striking blue. I grasped my necklace's dangling turquoise charm and shivered. He was even more gorgeous than before. This mysterious, dangerous-looking image of him seared itself into my mind. Jay's chair squeaked, and I pulled myself from the computer, heart pattering. I glanced around his room, making certain no demon had sneaked in and caught me. I never felt completely safe from their cruel eyes. Jay lounged back in his chair. Judging by the mix of light gray negative feelings in his aura, now was not the best time to ask him to forward me a copy of that cover so I could crop out the other guys and zoom in on the drummer.
Can we talk?
Of course. I didn't like his sudden serious demeanor.
You know I love you, right?
I moved my head up and down, preparing myself for another lecture.
I feel like ever since you and Kaidan were together, and then he moved away, you've been different.
Yep. My voice came out in a rasp. I know I've changed.
'Cause you got the good girl syndrome.
Oh, when a good girl tries to change a bad boy, but instead the good girl turns bad. No.
Yes, you did. See, me and Ronnie have talked about it. You thought you could change him, and maybe you even did a little. But in the end, he moved and changed his number, and it made you feel like you weren't good enough. So you changed yourself to try to be the kind of girl he'd like. Right?
I envisioned Veronica and Jay psychoanalyzing me. A conversation of this nature required careful steps, like treading through a minefield. I chose not to lie in general, so times like this were tricky. I did hope he'd change his ways, I said. And then, yeah, I ended up changing my ways instead. But not because of him. Jay nodded, all-knowing.
Ronnie says you need closure.
I don't see how that's ever gonna happen, I admitted.
She says the only way you're gonna get closure is to find another guy, and not just kissing dudes when you're drunk.
Not this again, I groaned.
What about that Harvard guy?
Cope? We're just friends, and we haven't talked in forever. I really don't want a guy right now, Jay.
Okay, fine. I don't know if a new guy is the answer anyway. Personally, I think you need to talk to Kaidan if you want to get over him.
Jay had no idea how much his words pained me. I wanted nothing more than to talk to Kai. I gritted my teeth and stared down at a stack of CDs on his messy floor.
Listen, he said, I don't really know what I'm talking about here. You act happy and stuff, but it's like you're not. Not really. I can't figure you out. You go out all the time and party it up, but you yell at me if I try to have a drink. And by the end of every night, you're like trying to fix everything that went wrong. You made me drive 7 people home last night.
Whoops. Sorry, I whispered.
Nah, it's cool. I don't care about that. I care about you and why you've got this split personality thing. I feel like you're hiding something, but I can't figure it out. All I can think is that it all goes back to Kaidan.
I chewed my thumb cuticle. Jay was right, but he could never know the full truth, no matter how badly I wanted to tell him.
Do you think maybe if you saw him again, you might be able to get closure or whatever?
There was an expectant tilt to Jay's voice. I don't know. I began with care. Maybe, but I have no idea when I'll see him again.
Yeah, well, Ronnie told me not to tell you this, but I feel like I should.
More nervous hand-rubbing to go along with his hazy, nervous aura.
They're going to be in town next week.
My stomach lurched. Breathe. Breathe. Don't lose it. I cleared my throat. Why will they be here? I knew all of their families lived in the Atlanta area. Duke Farzoof had uprooted Kaidan from England to Georgia, but I didn't know if the band had a gig in town or something.
I guess just to visit home, but they're doing a signing at a music store in Atlanta on Thursday night. Ronnie's seriously gonna kill me for telling you.
He'll be here. Thank you, Jay. I couldn't keep the tremble from my words.
I just hope it won't make things worse. I'll go with you if you want.
I nodded, still glued to the seat and fighting for control. I'm going to see Kaidan. Pure, foolish hope and joy cartwheeled through me. Jay rubbed his chin and stood, kicking his book bag out of the way. He picked up a pair of jeans off his messy floor and gave them the sniff test.
Man, I don't feel like going to work today,
Jay grumbled. Me either, I thought, and hopefully, if no spirit showed tonight, I wouldn't have to. I stood up. I'll go and let you get ready. He stuck out his hand, and I slapped mine into it with a weak smile. You're always looking out for me, Jay. I'm sorry for how I've been lately. Jay pulled me in for a hug.
Let's get you some closure, huh?
Closure. What I wanted was Kai in my life. To see him again could be disastrous. Or miraculous. I guess we'd find out soon enough. Chapter 2. Different. Thursday evening, I drove to Atlanta with Jay next to me and Veronica in the back seat. She wasn't happy I was going to see Kaidan, but she also wasn't about to miss out on all the excitement. I chewed the inside of my cheek and glanced furtively around the skies. It was dangerous and stupid to try to see another Nephilim when we were all under suspicion. I promised myself I wouldn't stay long, but I had to see him. An image of Kai reaching for me through the pandemonium of the summit's aftermath flashed through my mind. That devastating look on his face when the cab whisked me away. Would we dare to touch tonight? Hug? I didn't know if I'd be able to hold back. The three of us made our way inside. My body stilled, and I fought for control of my senses when I caught a glimpse of him amid the people. The air in the room thickened as my heart expanded in my chest, too big to contain. He smiled politely at the fans crowded around, but not the kind of smile that made his eyes crinkle at the corners. I soaked in every detail, his hair curling up at the ends around his ears and neck, his snug blue designer t-shirt and dark jeans. Unlike in pictures, in real life I could see Kaidan's red badge, the supernatural starburst at his sternum that labeled him as a Nephilim inclined toward lust. Kaidan spotted Jay through the crowd. They both froze, and a feeling of expectancy crackled across the room. "Look at me," my heart cried. Jay sent a nod to Kaidan, who returned it and paused before his eyes skidded to mine, connecting with a jolt. He stood, staring with surprise and anticipation. My heart felt as if it had catapulted across the room. Veronica grabbed my hand. "Oh my God," she whispered. "He's staring at you." For someone who hated him, she sure sounded excited, but Kaidan had that effect. He seemed oblivious to the people still trying to talk to him, as his eyes were on me. He stood, and with that sexy stride of his, he started walking around the table, never looking away from me. Kaidan wore an expression of pained longing, similar to the one he had that terrible night when Dad dragged me from him at the summit. Only the panic was missing from his eyes now. A pretty redhead stepped in front of him. He blinked and looked down at her as she spoke. My body moved forward, and Veronica squeezed my hand, keeping me grounded.
"Want us to come with you?"
Jay asked. I shook my head. The store manager announced it was closing time. People got louder as they said their goodbyes. The redhead made no move to leave. On either side of me, Jay and Veronica gave my hands encouraging squeezes before they left. I was surprised Jay hadn't wanted to greet the band, but tonight was business for him, the business of helping me. I moved forward, watching as the band guys gave Kaidan fist bumps and exited through the back of the store. The redhead smiled the whole time she chatted. He exhaled when he saw me, and that dang girl never paused in her storytelling, taking his elbow in her hand. I came around the table and paused behind him, just a few feet away. His shoulders were larger, and the muscles appeared to twitch under his shirt as I drew closer. I knew he could sense me. The old energy was alive between us. I was aware of him, of every detail about him, just as I'd always been, and I could tell by the tightness in his body that he was hyper-aware of me, too. Now, if I could only get rid of the girl. She typed her information into his phone, and then he tucked it in his back pocket. "It's listed under red," she said. My blood rushed wildly. "Excuse me," I said to the redhead as politely as I could. The girl stopped talking and peered at me. "Do you mind?" she asked me. Kaidan opened his mouth as if to diffuse the situation, but I stood my ground. "Yeah, actually," I said to her. "I do mind. I need to talk to him." Kai pressed his lips together as if suppressing a surprised grin, and the girl's eyes popped at my nerve. Kaidan turned to the girl. Her cocked knee brushed his thigh, and her aura burst red.
"Well, it was nice meeting you," he said.
She beamed and put her thumb to her ear like a phone. I wanted to escort her out of the store myself. Finally, she left with a flutter of eyelashes and a red-hot aura. I took a breath to compose myself and leaned forward to grab a pen and paper from the table. He read the question as I wrote. "Is your father in town?"
"No."
His voice was smooth as he crumpled the paper in his fist.
"Is yours?"
The intensity of his sudden stare was an assault on my senses. I'd forgotten the force of those blue eyes, even brighter as they reflected the azure of his shirt. Shaking myself out of it, I registered his words. Why was he asking about my father? My dad wasn't a threat. No. I couldn't look away from his eyes, which held overwhelmingly intense emotion. Yeah, well, two could play that. "Give me your phone." I held out my hand. His lip quirked up, and he fished out the cell, placing it in my open palm. Holding his eyes, I scrolled to Red's entry and deleted her contact info before passing the phone back. He stepped closer, warmth radiating between us. Like a heat lamp, his eyes traveled down the length of my body. I stood very still to let him browse. The sleeveless cream shirt was lower cut than anything he'd seen me wear. It might have showed cleavage if I had any. The short brown skirt and cute wedges made my legs appear longer. Watching him look me over, I flushed. Nobody else could make me hot like that from a single look. Nobody. His eyes reached my face again, traveling to my ear and the double forward helix piercings, then across to the freckle above my lips. I swear a growl came from his throat. I opened up my sense of smell and breathed deep. Kai's invisible cloud of pheromones went straight to my head, threatening to buckle my knees. Zesty and sweet, alive and healthy. A wave of nostalgia blanketed me. As my hand touched his shoulder, he grasped my wrist and held it. He stepped closer, not letting me go.
"You shouldn't have come."
I nearly faltered from the sting of his words and the fire in his eyes. "I know." He still held my wrist at his shoulder, and I felt his thumb caress the tender skin beneath my palm. I shivered, and he set my hand on his shoulder, running his fingers down the length of my arm. When his fingers reached my shoulder, he slowly dropped his hand to my hip and asked in a low, conflicted voice,
"Then why are you here?"
"Because we need to talk."
"Talk is overrated."
The way he soaked in every detail of me dazed my wits. Now he took my other wrist and raised it. He stopped and ran his thumb across a freckle on my wrist, so tiny I don't know how he noticed it. He kissed the spot, his lips soft and hot, making my heart splutter in my chest. I tried to pull my hands back, but he grasped my wrists and pulled them even higher, draping them around his neck. The look in his eyes dared me to pull away again. I sunk my fingers into the hair at the nape of his neck. "I'm trying to talk to you," I said.
"Yes, I know, but I'd rather not."
In one step, he had me against the table, the back of my thighs hitting the edge as he pressed his body flush against mine. A whimpering gasp sounded from my lips. I tried not to stutter, grasping his hair tighter. "I need you to be serious." His blue eyes scorched me.
"Oh, I've never been more serious."
He leaned his face down to mine, and I wrenched my head to the side. "You're trying to distract me." His lips skimmed my neck.
"I've no clue what you mean."
Oh, his voice. "I'm serious," I said, hoping I sounded stronger than I felt. "We have unfinished business, Kai." He turned my head back to face him and breathed his next words against my mouth.
"I'd say we have quite a bit of unfinished business, little Anne."
He took my hips in his hands and leaned his body hard against mine.
"Wouldn't you?"
My whole body was shaking. "That's not what I meant." One of his hot hands dipped down over my hip, cupping the bare skin of my leg where it slid up and up.
Right. So you never think about our unfinished business, then?
I was breathing way too hard, and his hand had ventured way too high before I finally reached down and gave it the stiff arm. Stop! He ran his tongue along his bottom lip and removed his hand. Everything inside me turned to mush. I had to be strong. Don't act like all you feel for me is lust, I said, pressing my palms against his hard stomach and pushing him away. I saw you stand at the summit. His eyes hit mine again, jarring me with their sudden anger, and he moved forward, insistent on caging me in with his fists on the tabletop.
You want to talk about that night? The night you almost got yourself killed? What do you want me to say, Anna? Would you like to hear how it was the worst bloody night of my life?
My eyes burned. All the things I'd carefully planned to say fled my mind. It doesn't have to be like this.
Anna, don't. Don't do this.
In his eyes was a torment, an anguish I'd never seen before, followed by a resolute hardness.
If you want to finish what we started last summer, I can take you in the back room and get this out of our systems once and for all, but that is all I can offer you.
I gave a small wail and shoved him away from me, practically panting with sheer frustration. A satisfied look crossed his face. The store manager began walking our way. Kaidan held up a hand to show we were almost finished, and the man nodded. Before he could talk again, I said, "If you don't care anymore, just say it."
"It doesn't matter who bloody well does or doesn't care," he ground out. "They'll never leave us alone. And even if they did, you and I are too different."
"We're not."
"We are."
"No," I said. My voice was thick. These past months, I've had to change." His demeanor softened around the edges.
"You've been working?"
I nodded and took interest in my pretty manicured nails, afraid to let him see the shame in my eyes. "So, we're not as different as you think," I said.
"Really?"
I sensed his dry humor coming on.
"Have you had a romp yet?"
My eyes popped wide, and I caught him flashing a partial sexy grin. Warmth crept up my neck. "No," I said. His next words were filled with teasing menace.
"You can turn 17, change your look, and be right bang tidy, but that doesn't mean you've changed."
What did he just call me? Flustered, I blurted, "I've kissed lots of guys." Idiot. It was true, but still, what was I trying to prove? My work was nothing compared to what he and the others had to do. At my admission, Kai's grin froze in place.
"Do you still pray every night?"
I paused, then answered, "Yes."
"If you want an equal," he responded quietly, "go talk to Cope. If you want a shag," he tapped his chest, "then I'm your man."
A flash of darkness crossed his face. I ignored the shag line, knowing he was attempting to deter me. "I don't want Cope," I whispered.
"Yet,"
he whispered back. Oh, Kai. Staring at him, seeing his turmoil, I wanted to feel his face, to take away his worries and pain. "All you have to do is say the word, Kai, and I'm yours, in heart, if nothing else." His head tilted down to me, eyes alight.
"You'll never be mine. Go live your life."
I shut my eyes. I wished I could get inside his head and crawl through the passageways to the secret rooms until I found the one labeled with my name. How could I shatter that steel door and see what lay hidden inside? Kaidan kept his gaze on the ceiling, but his voice was softer when he spoke, almost regretful.
"It's time for you to go. Spirits could show at any moment, and someone is picking me up soon. I'd rather you weren't here."
"Who?" I couldn't help myself. "A girl?"
"No, not a girl."
He looked me straight in the eye when he answered.
"A woman."
My stomach turned, and I felt young and stupid and inadequate.
"Please," he said. "Just go."
My whole face was hot now. The store owner kept glancing over, as if considering shooing me away. Last chance. I lay a hand on his forearm. His skin was hot, and the hard muscle jumped under my fingers. His red badge gave a great throb, as did my heart. "Hang out with me tonight," I said, knowing it was stupid and dangerous. "Come to my place. Patty would love to see you, too. I've only seen one whisperer in the past 2 weeks." For one gorgeous moment, his face relaxed, and he revealed something wistful, like a child. His gaze roamed my face, and just as quickly, he barricaded himself back in his mind and huffed through his nose.
"I can't,"
he ground out, tugging his arm from under my touch.
"Like I said, I have plans. You need to go."
"Fine," I said. He gave me a single nod, my cue to leave, but still, I stood there until the manager walked up and said,
"Young lady, the store is closing now."
I stared at Kaidan, but he wouldn't look at me. My feet were concrete blocks as I turned and stepped away.
"Little Anne,"
he called. I spun back, and my heart was crushed by the regret on his face. His arms were crossed.
"Don't change too much."
With that, he looked away, and the manager directed me to the exit. I left the music shop, and the door chime jingled overhead. My entire being protested against leaving Kai. I glanced through the windows as I walked past and saw him leaning with his fists against the table, head down, eyes shut tight.
"You okay?"
Jay asked when I climbed in the driver's seat, shaking all over. "Not really." All I could do was stare at the store entrance. Like a masochist, I knew I wouldn't leave until I saw this girl, this woman he was expecting. "You weren't in there very long," Veronica said, leaning through the space between the front seats. He didn't really have much to say. From the corner of my eye, I saw Jay and Veronica exchange worried glances. "So, do you feel like you have closure now?" Veronica asked. "No." Kaidan would be listening to this conversation with his extended Nephilim hearing, but I didn't care. I was focused solely on the shiny black sedan now pulling up to the curb. The driver got out, a tall, dark-skinned man in a suit, and waited by the back passenger door. Kaidan exited the store, and I held my breath as the driver opened the car door and a woman stepped out. "Hey, there's Kaidan," Veronica said. "Who's that lady?" "His ride," I whispered. All three of us leaned forward to see the woman. She appeared to be in her early 40s, and sexy in a weird sort of vampire way. She had black hair to her waist and wore a short red dress. Everything about her screamed fake. 2 thick eyelashes, 2 high boobs, 2 long nails with polish the color of blood. Dear God, not her. Kai hadn't wanted me to see, hadn't wanted me to know. Kaidan shot a glance over his shoulder, straight to me, and I froze. Such hard, empty eyes. His expression made my breath stick in my chest. "See?" those eyes seemed to say. "We're different. This is my life, and that is yours." His attention was on the woman again. She extended a hand to Kaidan, who air-kissed it before ducking in the car. Ants and spiders seemed to scurry across my skin, taking bites of me. "Is that a freaking hooker?" Veronica hollered. "No." I cleared my dry throat. She was something much worse. "She's a friend of his father." We watched in silence as the driver closed the door. Then Jay said,
"Maybe she's one of the old models for Pristine."
But he looked a little creeped out as we watched the sedan pull away. "I don't know, Anna," Veronica said, settling back into her seat now. "There's something weird about him, like he's into sketchy stuff or something. You're way too good for him." "No," I began, but my voice caught. They wouldn't understand. I couldn't say anything else as I started the car to take us home. I felt like a zombie going through the driving motions, merging onto the highway. At that moment, Kaidan was riding in a car with Marissa, the notorious madam of an underground sex trafficking ring, orchestrating the slavery of girls from around the world. He would be working tonight, training her nieces about their sexuality and ways to please men. And here I was going home with my two friends to a mother who loved me and a chick flick rental with popcorn and sweet tea, even if part of me would be watching out for evil spirits the whole time. I swerved onto the shoulder and threw open the door, getting sick on the gravel while cars zoomed by. I could hear Veronica yelling and felt Jay's hand on my back. But all I could think about was the boy I loved and his empty gaze, lost to me. Chapter 3. Words of the Angel. When I got home, Patty's orange aura told me she was excited to hear how things had gone with Kai. She stood in the doorway to greet me, but her smile and bright colors faded to gray when she caught sight of my face. Without a word, she took me in her arms, kicking the door closed and leading me to the couch. "Oh, sweet girl," she said into my hair. "All night I've been feeling this strange sense of peace, more than I've felt in a long time. I thought maybe it was a sign that good things were happening for you and Kaidan." "I'm sorry," I whispered, but she shushed me and wouldn't let me go. "You have nothing to be sorry for, and you don't have to talk about it unless you want." She pulled away and touched my cheeks. "Are you still up for our movie date?" I sniffed. "I guess." "No spirits tonight?" she asked. I shook my head. She went to the kitchen to make drinks and pop popcorn. Her guardian angel, who was usually very still and focused, sort of bobbed next to her, expectant. When he stared down the hall, I got up to see what was there, but it was empty. I sat again, considering asking her angel what was up, though I knew it would be a waste of time. Those spirits wouldn't peep unless they'd been given higher permission. I closed my eyes, trying to relax. My chest tightened every time I thought about that nasty Marissa acting like she owned Kaidan, and how he went without argument, hating himself for what he was about to do, what he was probably doing at this very moment. My stomach turned. "You okay?" Patty called from the kitchen. The scent of popcorn wafted my way. "I need to wash up." I stood over the bathroom sink, contemplated being sick again. As I leaned my palms against the cool ceramic basin, a sudden peace flooded every pore of my body. I took in a cleansing sip of air and became wholly aware of one fact. I wasn't alone. "Be of cheer, little one," said a soft voice inside my mind. I opened my eyes and turned too quickly, knocking the hand soap off the counter. A spirit's wizened face hovered near mine, as sheer as a mirage. No trace of malevolence could be found. Was this my mother? My heart leaped, but she didn't resemble the angels I'd seen. She didn't have wings. All I could do was stare. "You okay in there?" Patty called. The spirit nodded, and I opened the door. Patty looked at me strangely before closing her eyes with a hand on her chest. As a human, Patty could not see spirits, but she was a sensitive woman and knew they existed. "What's going on, Anna?" she asked. "I feel so—" "I have a visitor," I whispered, reaching out and taking Patty's hand. Patty looked toward the open space, marveling. Her guardian angel was smiling, something I'd never seen him do. Like most guardians, he was always so serious, but at that moment he seemed to know something we didn't, something that gave him great joy. I turned my attention back to the surreal spirit as she began to speak into my mind. "It has been difficult to navigate the earth in this form, especially when the pull heavenward is so strong, but I've finally found you. Finding you was my task, in death, if not in life." My eyes widened, and I sucked in a deep breath. "Are you Sister Ruth?" Patty gasped and smacked her palm over her mouth, wide-eyed. "I am." Unbelievable. A giant grin spread over my face, and I nodded to Patty. Tears pooled in her eyes. The spirit nudged closer to me. The nun I'd traveled to California to see 1 year ago had died before I'd had a chance to meet her and find out what she knew about me. And now, she was here. She must have perceived my elation, because her laughter was like the tinkle of silver wind chimes drifting into my conscience. I wish I could hug her. "Don't make her stand in the bathroom," Patty whispered at me, waving us out. She drifted behind us into the living area, but when we got there, neither of us could sit. The room felt unfamiliar, as if we stood on a mountaintop with clear, fresh air, more relaxed than ever. We clung together. "I'm so sorry I didn't get there in time," I began, but she shushed me gently. "I must speak quickly, because I can no longer ignore my calling to the afterlife. I must tell you a story, dearest Anna. It has been my family's purpose to keep this story, passing it down through countless generations so that it could be told to you. My family line stopped with me, so I gave my life to the Lord, forfeiting an earthly family of my own. What I'm going to tell you could not be written. If it had fallen into the wrong hands, it could have been disastrous, and you will do well to guard it yourself." Prickles of anticipatory sweat beaded on my skin. "Know this, Anna. If a demon, or Satan himself, were to hear what you are about to learn—" "I understand." I took deep breaths to calm my heart so the rush of blood wouldn't muffle her soft voice in my mind. "So it goes. In the year of our Lord 62, while the Apostle Paul was under house arrest in Rome, a messenger angel was sent from heaven to speak a prophecy unto Paul as he slept. The apostle awoke in the dark and carved the words of the prophecy into the dirt floor with his fingers, bleeding into the earth. He covered the words with straw, hoping they would be found by someone trustworthy. The very next day, he was beheaded. Only 2 souls besides Paul and the messenger angel knew the prophecy: his own guardian angel, Lilith, and a demon spirit of the night. The demon had seen the messenger angel descend upon Paul's prison quarters. When Paul was taken, the demon spirit entered the empty cell and saw the words. He briefly possessed the body of a guard in order to destroy the prophecy. We do not know what became of that demon afterward. Once the angel Lilith had seen Paul's soul safely to the afterlife, he was given special permission to return to Earth. Having found the written prophecy destroyed, Lilith took it upon himself to enter the body of a shepherd whose life was just ending from an untimely illness. He then took a human wife and had a child, an angelic Nephilim child. He told the prophecy to this child, and so it has passed through each generation. I had no siblings, and I felt strongly led toward the sisterhood vows, so I would have no child with whom to pass along the prophecy. I am the final Nephilim child in the line of Lilith, guardian angel of the Apostle Paul. A purely angelic Nephilim of light. Amazing. How did the Dukes not know about her? I realized when she paused that I was holding my breath, trying to ingest every word of her story without interruption. She waited for my breathing to steady before continuing. And now, here is the angel's lost prophecy, to the best of my knowledge. In the days when demons roam the earth and humanity despairs, will come a great test. A Nephilim pure of heart shall rise above and cast all demons from earth, sending home to heaven those righteous lost angels with whom forgiveness is shown, and sending those lost forever to the depths of hell, where they shall remain with their dark master until the end of days. She watched me as I entangled the verses and attempted to decipher them. Cast all demons from earth. Could it be? Sending home righteous lost angels. My dad. Could there really be redemption for fallen angels? My heart and mind were racing. Anna, I believe you are that Nephilim. What? A chill of trepidation trickled down my spine. There is grave danger in the task ahead of you. danger from which we are all helpless to protect you. Understanding racked my being to the core. This was my life's task, and it was huge, monumental. Focus. I had to think. This was a good thing. I wanted nothing more than to rid the earth of the despicable demons, but fear of the unknown threatened to smother me. Where would I start? How would I accomplish this? I need to understand exactly what it means, I said, and then silently I asked, "Can I speak freely?" "You may. There are no dukes nearby, and I spied no spirits when I arrived." I cleared my throat. "So, I'm supposed to cast the demons from Earth?" Patty went as rigid as a mannequin next to me. "Should you be saying this out loud?" she whispered. We'd become so accustomed to being careful. I nodded to her that it was okay. "I believe ridding the earth of dark ones will be done through you. It is the belief of my family that this Nephilim will be the bridge that provides the fallen angels with a second chance. They have been allowed to come to Earth to influence the humans, but not for eternity. Their time will come to an end very soon, now that you are here." "Sister Ruth, I'm honored," but I was also overcome with a dire sense of urgency. I needed to find out as much as possible, and she would be gone forever at any moment. I felt so small in comparison to the undertaking I was destined to perform. "What should I do?" "What you do now is a matter for your own discernment. All the tools you need have been provided, and you must seek them. You may find that trustworthy allies can help you along your path, but that is at your discretion. Be careful whom you trust. Have you retrieved the box I left you at the convent?" "Yes, sister. The hilt?" "You must keep it hidden and carry it with you always. It is the flaming sword of Lilith, used in the War of the Heavens." Just as Kaidan had guessed. I pushed down feelings of panic that came whenever I thought of having to wield the spiritual sword. I couldn't fathom such a treasure being left in my care. Sister Ruth's form began to shimmer and lift higher. I reached out a hand, desperate. "Sister, wait!" With effort, she drifted back down. It was purely selfish of me to keep her here longer, but I didn't want her to go yet. She was my only link. "How did you survive the Nephilim purge?" Yes, the desperate years. I was in utero during that time, and they did not know about me. My mother was warned by an angel from heaven that they were coming for her. She was my Nephilim parent, but she told my human father everything. She was lucky to have found a devout man she could trust with our secrets. She went into hiding underground in the basement of a church. Demons avoid the Holy Spirit, so they won't breach areas where two or more are gathered together in prayer. I spent my life in churches and convents. Her voice was getting softer. I had to let her go. "Thank you for finding me, sister. Thank you for everything." "Yes," Patty said. "Thank you." Sister Ruth looked down upon Patty and laid a hand on her head. "I knew you were the right woman to raise her from the moment I saw you." And then she turned to me. "Have faith, dear one, and do not despair." Her spirit glided up, disappearing through the ceiling, emanating pure joy as she ascended home. I stood there, trying to process all I'd just learned. I tried to imagine the earth without demons. What would this mean for humans? For Neph? "She's gone," Patty whispered. "I can feel that she's gone." By the time I told her all the details, she was in tears, and my hands were trembling with the shock of it. "Do you know what this means for all of you?" She reached up and touched my cheek. "For the world? I knew you were destined for something big, baby girl." Her eyes were filled with parental joy, but the half-smile showed her underlying fear. My thoughts went to Kaidan, able to live a free life, and a noise slipped from my throat. Patty pulled me in and hugged me hard. "It's all gonna be okay," she whispered, and when she said it, I believed it. She let go and swiped her fingers under her eyes. In that moment, I thought about my biological mother the angel Mariantha. I wondered if she was watching me, and if she knew she could get her soulmate back soon. "Oh my gosh," I said. "I need to call Dad." I pulled my phone from my pocket and scrolled through the contacts. With a shaking hand, I typed the emergency code he's taught me, A911, and hit send. Chapter 4. For now. I couldn't sleep that night after the revelation. Patty and I stayed up late discussing everything, rejoicing at the thought of no more demons on Earth. We never mentioned the obvious fear that I could die in the process of attempting this feat. She tucked me in after midnight and kissed my forehead like she did when I was little. My head had been hurting after I saw Kaidan, and it throbbed worse now with the weight of the prophecy. Dad had called after I texted and told me he'd be here to talk in person as soon as possible. At 3 a.m, I still lay awake, thinking of Kaidan. I was burning with the urge to call him, or jump in my car and drive until I found him, because he needed to know about this, like now. My fingers were on fire, itching to dial a number I didn't know. I picked up my cell and scrolled through the names until it landed on Marna. Inhaling deeply and letting it out slowly, I pressed send. "Gah, what time?" she muttered groggily. "Hello?" I sat up in bed at the sound of her sweet, sleepy English voice. "Can you talk?" I asked. "Oh, thank God you're all right, Anna. I've been dying to hear from you. Yes, it's safe here, love. I needed a lie-in this morning, but it's about time I got my ass out of bed. What time is it there?" It was so good to hear her voice. "It's late here. Are you guys okay?" Sure. Asteroth's been up our asses, but I've been more worried about you." I gave her a brief recap of my last 6 months before taking a deep breath and saying, "Listen, I need to get a hold of Kai." Silence. "Are you in danger, Anna?" "Well, no. I mean, not yet. I just really need to talk to him." Marna sighed. "I'm sorry, Anna. Truly. But he's asked me not to give his number to you. I'll pass along a message if it's that important," she offered. I'd figured as much, but it still made me feel tight all over to hear it. "Fine. Tell him I said to call me." I squeezed the edge of my bed. "Not happening." Her response held a no-nonsense warning. "Why not?" I stood. "Don't all of you talk to each other? You, Kai, Ginger, Blake? Stop right there, Anna. Kai rarely answers when I call. Blake's the only one he'll speak with anymore. I hate telling you no, but I really don't want to get in the middle of this. What's gotten your knickers in a twist anyhow?" I wanted to tell her, but I couldn't. We shouldn't even be having this conversation over the phone, and we both knew it. "I'll need to see you soon," I whispered. "Sounds interesting." There was a grin in her voice. I wanted to smile, too, at the thought of Marna being free of her father's control. "How's work?" I asked. "We're busy breaking hearts by the dozens," she deadpanned. "I'm sure your father is proud. Oh, terribly." "Hey, I have a weird question," I said. "What does it mean if a guy calls you bang tidy?" Marna snorted. "Sounds like something a dirty wanker would say, or someone pissing about." Now it was my turn to snort, because she'd called Kai a wanker. We got quiet. "Please," I whispered. I knew I sounded as desperate as I was. "Can't you tell me anything? Because I saw him tonight, and even though he can be so mean, I know he still cares. I know it. Please, Marna." "All right." Her fierce whisper halted my pushiness. The line was so silent, I thought she'd hung up on me. "Fine. I'll tell you something he told me. He admitted last week there's a woman at the studio who's always trying to chat him up, but apparently he ignores her advances because she's this kind, cute little blonde whose name also happens to be Anna. She obviously reminds him of you." Her words spiked inside me. "What else did he say?" I whispered. "Nothing. I couldn't get another word out of him, and that's the truth. He only told me that because I caught up to him while he was high at a party. High? My heart began a quick gallop. What was he doing? Smoking? Snorting something? And oh gosh, why was I tingling all over? Lately, my attraction to drugs had escalated. I'd been lucky. The demons thought alcohol was my specialty, and I'd mostly been able to avoid parties with drugs. But lately, I'd been having dreams about just letting go. No more caution or responsibility or thinking. The very idea of being high with Kaidan. I let out a strangled sound. Marna cursed under her breath. Get a hold of yourself. I shouldn't have told you that. She sighed, and it's not like he does it all the time. There'd been a whisperer doing rounds nearby him that night, so when offered, he couldn't say no. I sobered at the mention of a demon whisperer near Kaidan. What do you think's going on with him? I asked. He won't talk to me. I think he's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. I know you want to believe he feels the same as you, but what if he doesn't? I love him, but he's a funny one, Anna. Finicky. I'm telling you for your own good. I hated her remorseful tone. Let him go, love. He won't budge when he's made his mind up about something. He's gone. Gone. A ragged breath caught in my chest. I've got to go, Marna said. Ginger's waking. Take care, Marna, I whispered. You as well, she whispered back. My body wanted to cry, to soak my pillow in tears, but they wouldn't come. Instead, I ended up on the floor, on my knees, pulling down the pillow to muffle my gasps for air. I'd known since Kai left that I'd have to let go of him, but it was a fresh slice of pain to hear Marna say it. I'd tried to come to terms with not having the things I wanted. I knew there would be something bigger to focus on someday, bigger than my life and my worries. And now it was happening. But I never imagined my life's mission would be coupled with such agony and loss. It wasn't about me, and I couldn't lose sight of that. My life was a tiny dot on the map, but even those tiny dots could make a difference, especially when they came together. I grasped that thread of hope and let it lift me. The next morning, Patty and I puttered around the kitchen in slow motion, waiting for Dad to show. Taste this. Patty held out a plastic spoon she'd been using to stir the pitcher of sweet tea. I took the offered sip. It was perfect, as always. I gave her a thumbs up, then squinted my eyes against the sharp pounding in my head. A couple aspirin would help, Patty said. I shook my head. No painkillers. They'd burn through me too quickly to be worthwhile anyway. When Dad showed up, he skipped all greetings, coming straight for me, wearing faded black leather pants and a white t-shirt tight around his wide chest and arms. What's going on? He asked in a rough voice, searching my face. He appeared the same as always, like a giant brute glaring down at me with a shaved head and graying goatee, but I knew it was only a harsh look of concern. Hello to you too, I said. I went into his arms and let him squeeze me. After half a year, it was a sweet relief to see him again. I reached out and took his hand. Let's sit down, I told him. We sat next to each other on the couch, with Patty across from us in the rocking recliner. He watched me intently. Something major happened yesterday. Remember Sister Ruth, who died before I met her? Dad nodded. Well, her spirit found me after all this time, and she told me a prophecy. His demeanor changed. His eyes got bigger, and he sat up straighter. Go on. I told him everything, how Sister Ruth was a heavenly neph and who she'd descended from. When I got to the part in the prophecy about the fate of the demons and a second chance at heaven, his eyes glazed over, lost in thought. The room quieted as we all pondered the possibilities. I was once again filled with exhilaration, imagining Earth without demons, and that excitement was followed closely by the fear of having no clue what I'd have to do to make it happen. I squeezed Dad's hand.
"You're sure she said that?"
he whispered gruffly.
"You're positive about every word?"
I'm positive. When he finally sucked in a breath, his body shuddered. Dad brought my hand up to his lips for a kiss, then patted it and laughed with a quick burst of joy.
"You don't know what this means to me. The thought of going home again."
He brought my hand to his heart.
"Thank you. Thank you."
I had a hunch he wasn't thanking me. I glanced at Patty, whose eyes were glistening just as mine were. Dad stood and began to pace, running a hand over his smooth head. He whispered,
"Hot damn,"
under his breath, and grinned to himself.
"I can't believe there's really a prophecy."
Huh? I asked, confused.
"Back before I became a duke, there were legends of a supposed prophecy of a Nephilim destroying the demons, but nobody believed it. They all thought it was made up by angels to psych us out. Duke Rahab's always hated the Neph and refused to have any of his own. I think it's 'cause rumors of that prophecy left a bad taste in his mouth."
He stood there, shaking his head as if he were still trying to process it all. "Why don't I get us something to drink?" Patty said, standing. She tried to pass my dad, but he reached out and grabbed her up in a bear hug, laughing and spinning her around. Patty let out a surprised laugh and then slapped at his shoulder until he let her down. She shook her head and grinned all the way to the kitchen, a blast of orange and yellow swirling through her aura. He beamed at me, and what could I do but smile back? The man-demon was joyous. The three of us sat at the table with our glasses. "Okay, what are we going to do?" I asked Dad. "How do I make this happen?" I could see the wheels turning in his mind as he went into business mode. He spoke in quick bursts as thoughts came to him.
"Sister Ruth was right. You'll need allies. We'll need to build an army of Neph willing to help when the time comes. Not all the Neph can be trusted. I'll have to research them. It could take a while. We'll have to be patient and careful in the meantime. The Dukes are a suspicious group, and we'll never be fully off the hook with them after that summit. I can't touch the Sword of Righteousness, but I can show you some basic sword skills and get you in some classes. You've got that leg holster we made for the hilt, so you'll need to keep it on you at all times. We'll get you a passport right away. You'll need a partner who can travel with you to recruit the other Neph. I can talk to that son of Alistair and see if he's willing. The two of you can go on long weekends and school breaks, maybe even—"
Whoa, Dad. My brain flipped out when he said army, and then short-circuited at the mention of sword skills. I wasn't some giant of old like the Bible called Nephilim.
"What?"
he asked.
"You don't want to work with Alistair's kid? I thought you liked him."
"I do. Cope's great, and he's the only one whose father isn't keeping dibs on him. I get that. But as far as the prophecy, what if... I don't know. This thing is so huge. How do we even know if it's about me? It just says a Nephilim pure of heart, so there could be others. What if I can't do it?" When I looked into Dad's eyes, I found a rock-solid faith there. He pointed at me.
"You can do it, and you will. Don't doubt yourself, 'cause if the Maker wants to use you, you gotta be all in."
I swallowed hard. "But I've been working," I said in a small voice. Next to him, Patty's eyes spilled over. It was my deep-down terrible fear that one day I'd touch the Sword of Righteousness and it would no longer zap me. I hadn't touched it since before the summit.
"No, baby,"
Dad assured me.
"Your heart is pure."
"But how do you know?" I whispered. Dad shook his head.
"Tell me how you feel about the people around you when you have to work."
I glanced at Patty, who gave me a small nod. At first, I always get a little, I don't know, thrill or something when I can get them to drink, like a rush of power. But then it fades, and I feel sorry for them. I worry about them, and I feel guilty. I hate it. The last part came out barely a whisper.
"That's how I know your heart is pure, Anna,"
he said.
"Through it all, You choose to love them. You could have come to loathe humans like many of the Neph do, or to feel indifferent toward them as a way to make it easier on yourself. But that's not you.
I chewed my lip and stared down at the table. So many elements of this puzzle were unknown, but I hoped he was right.
Go get the hilt,
Dad ordered. I looked up at him, a sharp pang of fear ripping through me.
Go get it,
he said more softly this time. I went to my room and took the leather-clad hilt from my purse on the dresser. Then I walked back to the table and laid the hilt in the middle, sitting in my chair. Dad pushed back a little, taking his hands off the table and leaning away from it. A flash of fear crossed his face and was gone just as quickly. Sorry, I said, pulling the hilt closer to me. He cleared his throat.
Go ahead and open it. Just, don't point it at me.
He looked a little sheepish saying that.
Even though I'm sure it'll know I'm not a threat, it's just that a single slash from an angel's sword is what sent me to hell in the first place. So, yeah.
He cleared his throat again. Is that what the sword does? Patty asked. Sends souls to hell? Dad eyed the hilt with discomfort.
It disperses justice as God would have it. It can send a soul somewhere, or it can wipe a soul from existence. It knows what to do when it hits. Go ahead and touch it, baby. Don't be afraid.
I stared at it for a long time before wiping my sweaty palms on my shorts. With shaking hands, I opened the top of the leather casing and let the hilt slide out a few inches. I sucked in a breath and brought my hands down to the shimmery metal. I gasped as an electric current blasted through my skin, zapping up my arm. Then I curled my fingers around the hilt and let the buzz throb through my body. No flaming sword came to life from the hilt because I wasn't in danger, but it worked. It recognized my heart and would allow me to wield it. Every cell of my body was alive with its energy. Patty and Dad were both watching me, their eyes shining with hope and love. I could do this. I wanted to live with purpose. I needed there to be a worthwhile reason for all the pain. I slid the hilt back into its case. Dad? He glanced up, having been lost in his own imaginings. When can I go to California? To tell Blake and Kaidan? His eyes narrowed at me, and I fumbled on, a tightness clamping over my insides. 'Cause they live the closest. They need to know, right? Allies and all? He entwined his fingers and put them behind his head.
Maybe I'll tell them myself.
My shoulders slumped, and I quickly squared them back again. He was testing me. Patty could tell as well. She crossed her arms. Okay, I said, unable to keep the hint of bad attitude from my voice. Just so long as they know about it. Soon. I crossed my arms to match Patty. Dad closed his eyes.
Anna.
Yes?
How long's it been since you saw the son of Farzuf?
Oh, crap. A day? 2 giant brown eyes popped open. Just for a few minutes at a record store, I clarified. Farzuf was out of town. He grumbled a muffled curse into his hand, then asked,
He called you?
No, he won't talk to me. I found out about it from my friend Jay. Dad nodded. Where was he going with this?
You still got a crush on him?
He linked his fingers on the table in front of him. It's not a crush, Dad. He sighed.
And that's exactly why it's not a good idea for you to see him, Anna. He seems to understand that. Why don't you?
I bit down hard, not trusting myself to answer.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be harsh, but you still don't have that killer instinct most Neph come to learn during childhood. You're not cautious enough in your relationships. You can be mad at me all you want, but it's my job to keep you out of danger. Over time, your feelings for him will fade.
You, of all people, know it doesn't work like that, Patty said to him. You spent hundreds of years looking for Anna's mother. He sat back in his chair, regarding her with wary respect, and I wanted to punch the air. He knew she was right. He'd scoured the earth looking for Mariantha, my mother, a guardian angel whom he'd never stopped loving. Dad gave me a slow nod.
The fact is, you'll be less distracted with him out of the picture. So for now, no trips to California, and I don't want to hear anything else about him. Got it?
Patty winked at me. Got it, I whispered. He'd said, for now. It was a flimsy phrase to cling to, but still, I clung. Chapter 5. First Assignment. 5 weeks passed that summer without hearing from Dad. The good thing was, whisperers were checking on me only once every couple of weeks. The bad thing was, I hated being kept in the dark, and I was impatient. Summer was flying by, and I'd been hoping to get some things accomplished before the start of senior year. I sat on our balcony after my jog, wishing for a breeze in the stifling late morning air. Patty came out and handed me a steaming mug of coffee. "You work today?" Patty asked. I shook my head. Tomorrow. I still had my job at the soft-serve stand. She took a long drink of her coffee and grinned. "Want to hear something weird? I feel like spending some of that demon loot." I almost choked on the sip I'd just taken. Patty never wanted to spend money, especially the haul Dad had given us. She laughed at my expression. "Come on," she said. "It'll be fun. Let's go crazy." "You don't have to ask me twice," I said. We were worn out by the time we headed home. A good song came on the country station, and Patty cranked up the volume. We belted out the twangy chorus so loudly, it's a wonder I heard my cell phone ring. I turned down the radio, and my heart hammered at the sight of Dad's number.
"Where are you?"
he grumbled. "I'm on my way home with Patty."
"From where?"
Biting my thumbnail, I mumbled, "Atlanta?"
"What the hell are you doing out there?"
I bristled at his tone. "We were just shopping."
"Shopping?"
"Patty spent a ton of money. It was so awesome." I giggled, and Patty popped my leg. Dad growled something incoherent, then said,
"Well, hurry up. I'm at your place."
"Yes, news." I smiled, part smug that he'd have to wait on me for once. "Tell him to hold his horses," Patty said. "We'll be there in 20 minutes. When we got to the apartment, I stopped in the doorway, surprised to see someone standing at Dad's side. "Cope!" I hadn't meant to sprint across the small room to hug him around the neck, but I did. Had he always been this tall? I felt his frame rumble with light laughter. He pulled away from the embrace first, giving me a shy grin that showed off the single dimple in his cheek. The black badge of wrath rested at his sternum. Cope had never seemed very young to begin with. Too much wisdom lived in those hazel eyes. But he looked even more mature these days, with a bit of facial hair on his chin. His black hair was trimmed really short, and his coffee skin was as smooth as ever. He met my gaze full on, and I couldn't stop smiling. Seeing one of my Neff friends after all this time was empowering.
"You are looking well, Anna,"
he said. He didn't often use contractions, but the end sounds of some words were clipped off and smoothed together in a languid, slippery sort of way, like verbal cursive. "Thanks, Cope," I told him. "So are you." I turned my attention to Dad. "So? What are we doing? Where are we going?" His chuckle was dry, and he reached up to scratch his cheek. "I'm sorry," I said, remembering my manners. "You guys sit down, and then we can talk." I went into the kitchen, where Patty was already filling 4 tall glasses with iced tea. The guys took seats around our small dining table. Dad pulled a large manila envelope from his jacket and opened it, setting a few pictures face down, as Patty and I sat across from them.
"It's still important to keep a low profile after that bout of interest in you, but I think it's safe to move forward. It'll be best not to give you all the details about my intel, but I have several trusted humans and spirits who have been gathering information about Neff worldwide. This is the first one I can say for certain does not have a heart for her father's work and may be willing to help us."
I smiled and bit my lip, excited and anxious. He flipped over a picture, showing an Arab girl in full garb with a head covering. Only an oval of her olive-toned face showed. In the next picture, she was crouching in front of a child with a skinned knee who had fallen. It was obvious she was going to help him, but the picture had been taken at the perfect moment to capture her eyes, giving the area a stealthy scan, as if making certain her act of kindness would not be witnessed.
"Her name is Zania," Dad explained. "She lives in Damascus, Syria, with her father, Sunilian, the Duke of Hatred."
A chill shot up my spine at the name of her father.
"They moved to Syria 2 years ago from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Syria's had some civil unrest, but the area she lives in is still safe for the most part."
"How long has Duke Sunilian been in the Middle East?" I asked. Dad paused.
"Going on 30 years, so his term's about up. Being the epicenter of 3 major religions means tensions are already running high. Makes easy work for dukes."
"Have you worked out there?" Patty asked him.
"Not permanently, only odd jobs here and there. They call me the Traveling Duke."
"Sounds like a bad country song," I said. He frowned when Patty giggled, and the corner of Cope's mouth twitched. "Just teasing," I said, biting my lip. He glared at me, but his eyes held way too much affection to pull it off.
"All right, enough chit-chat," he said. "Back to business."
We leaned in as he laid out a small map of the Middle East and pointed to the country of Syria on the Mediterranean Sea.
"She recently turned 25, and I believe they left Saudi Arabia when her identity was leaked as one of the girls in an illegal photo shoot. I have 2 of the less racy pictures here. Apparently, they sparked a national outrage."
He flipped over a picture, which at first glance seemed innocent enough, and then I really looked and thought about them in context of the culture. In the first photo, taken in a nondescript room, she was completely draped in the traditional black burqa, head and face covered with a thin slat for her eyes. But in one hand, she pulled up the garment to reveal her knees, slim brown calves, and slender feet in black high heels. Her eyes glittered with rebellion. I glanced at Cope, whose gaze darted around the walls of our apartment. It seemed like he was going to great efforts not to look at the picture. I turned the first picture over and flipped the next one, which was slightly more revealing. This one was Zania from behind, still standing in the high heels, but the burqa was lifted in both hands to the back of her thighs. Her head and face coverings had been removed, and she was leaning backward. Her long ebony hair flowed seductively down her arched back. Her eyes were closed, and even though the top half of her face showed, it was not enough to give away her identity. I saw more skin than that at my school on a normal basis, but there was something incredibly sexy about the small amount of skin she showed and the way she posed, knowing it was a culture that valued modesty and sexual purity. I pushed the picture toward Cope, who glanced at it and nodded. I watched him for a moment, wondering if the pictures offended him, but he gave nothing away, until he once again caught me staring. His light eyes seemed to dance with heat as they gripped mine. A blush crept up my neck into my cheeks until he lowered his lids back to the map. The pictures made him feel something, all right. Underneath all that self-control, Cope was still just a guy.
"There's something else you should know about her,"
Dad said, pulling out another photo. I took a drink, hoping to cool myself of the embarrassment.
"You can't see it in the pictures, just like badges can't be captured on film, but Zania is an alcoholic. It seems she's barely trying to control it. This is a month ago at a nightclub in Damascus."
I leaned in at the picture of her sitting at a bar, wearing designer jeans and a tasteful short-sleeved blouse, with her hair down. In the next picture, the photographer had zoomed in and brightened the part that showed her pouring a bottle of something from her purse into her drink on the sly. My heart quickened, and I inspected the picture more closely. "She's not wearing a headscarf," I pointed out. Dad said,
"Not all the women in Damascus wear them."
"She's supposed to be promoting hate?" Patty asked.
"Yep,"
Dad answered.
"Sunilian, her father, uses her to help further the cause of violence and hatred against women. Misogyny's one of his favorites, but it's more and more of a challenge these days."
Patty tisk-tisked and shook her head.
Anyhow, the girl was beaten and arrested for drunkenness in Saudi Arabia, which led to linking her to the photographs.
Dad leaned back in the chair, making it creak, and crossed his arms against his husky chest.
Senelian managed to get her out of there, but trust me when I say, he spares no love for her. She's an asset and an amusement. When she stops being those, he'll get rid of her.
She's given up, hasn't she? I asked, and he nodded, solemn. I looked back down at the bar picture. She needed hope. She needed to know about the prophecy. Determination revved inside me.
Duke Senelian is traveling to Central Africa to try and expand interest in a certain archaic act against women, one he hopes to bring into greater popularity in the Middle East, if he can get them to embrace it for religious purposes.
He put a hand up when I opened my mouth to ask about it.
Don't ask,
he said gruffly.
He left yesterday, and he plans to be gone 3 to 4 weeks.
So when do we leave? I asked.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you there's a lot of danger in the Middle East, Anna,
he said. I nodded.
Do you know any Arabic?
He asked Cope.
Yes, sir. My father often spoke it, and we frequented the Middle East in our travels.
Dad looked at me.
I've considered asking Capano to do this one solo.
I sucked in a shocked breath and sat up straighter as a burst of angry indignance lashed through me. Don't even think about it. I am so going.
It's not what you're used to, he replied.
I bit back a retort of, well, duh. I needed to state my case without turning it into a battle of wills. I'd point out that it was his idea to have me scouting the world for Neff in the first place. Now, faced with a dangerous situation, he wanted to become a protective dad and throw Cope to the wolves all by himself. Look, I spoke calmly. I'll research the culture before I go. I'll dress however the women there dress. Plus, Cope will be looking out for me. I looked across at Cope, and he nodded, deciding to finally speak up.
Damascus is liberal, as far as Arab cities are concerned, is it not?
He faced my father, who cleared his throat, realizing he was losing ground.
It's a bubble of liberalism in a conservative country, yes, but there will still be scattered hardcore conservatives and radicals who frown on Westerners. Not everyone in the city approves of men and women mingling.
He closed his eyes and squeezed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and index finger. Patty patted the table in front of her. I know exactly how you feel, John. I'm scared for her, too. But she stopped long enough to let out a breath of reluctance before facing Dad again. You know as well as I do that she can handle this. He grunted. She needs to be active, and it sounds like she might be able to help this girl in Syria. Dad exhaled a raspy sigh of defeat. I shared a victorious glance with Cope, sensing he was as excited as me.
All right, then,
Dad said.
I'll arrange everything. You'll leave 5 days from now. You'll have 48 hours to convince her. I don't want you guys there any longer than that. I know I've told you this before, but do not ever, under any circumstances, pass important information over the phone or internet. Only in person, when you know the coast is clear. Don't travel out of Damascus. I'll have a watch kept on Senelian while he travels, and if for any reason he heads home early, I'll find a way to let you know, so you can clear out immediately. I can't guarantee you won't see any whisperers, but if you do, try not to be spotted. How's that ankle holster holding up?
I lifted the right pant leg of my jeans to show him the Velcro strap and leather pouch holding the lightweight hilt. It stayed with me at all times now, even though wearing jeans in summer was hot as heck. I even wore it at parties. During showers, it rested on the edge of the tub where I could see it. Demons wouldn't be able to recognize it in its case.
We know metal detectors and X-ray machines don't trace it, but you can't keep it on you in case they need to pat you down at the security checks.
I'll find a way to hide it in my carry-on, I told him.
You've got your passports?
Dad asked. Cope and I both confirmed that we did.
Well then, looks like you're both heading to Syria.
I let out a squee and clapped my hands. Cope flashed a dimpled smile.
Capano has to fly home to Boston first thing in the morning,
Dad said to me.
But we've got the whole rest of the afternoon, so the two of you should probably hang out. talk strategy. Maybe go catch a movie or something. I've got some things to take care of."
Cope and I shared a surprised glance. Talking strategy and seeing a movie didn't seem to go hand in hand in my book, but I wasn't opposed to hanging out with Cope. There was only one problem. "It's Friday," I told him. I didn't need to clarify what that meant. Dad crossed his arms over his chest.
"Most of the spirits will be in Japan tonight, which is why it's safe for us to be here now. They're having the Eastern Regional meeting, just like we have U.S. meetings every year. You two go have fun. Behave. Anna, you can drop him back at his hotel afterward."
Cope and I looked at each other again. A night off with no threat of whisperers? Hanging out with one of my Neff friends? Heck yeah. Patty kissed my cheek and shook Cope's hand goodbye. "Y'all have fun," she said. I grabbed my purse and we were out. Chapter 6. Non-date. It was not a date, and yet there was something very date-ish about walking into a movie theater with a guy, no matter how hard I fought against the idea. He's your friend. Friends go to movies together. You and Jay used to go all the time. Yes, but Jay never had a crush on me like Cope did once upon a time. Well, I didn't think about Cope like that. My head still spun from the encounter with Kaidan, and my heart was way too fragile. Besides, I had bigger, more important things to think about than boys. We stood at the ticket counter, looking up at the listings. He nixed the romantic comedy right away, and I nixed the war film. We decided on an action-adventure, and both reached for our wallets at the same time. He looked appalled when I snatched Dad's credit card from my purse and slid it onto the counter before he could. "This one's on my dad," I said. You know, since it was his idea and all. I mean, not that I'm not glad to be here. I cleared my throat and felt the skin on my chest warm with embarrassment at my big, dorky mouth. I took the tickets, and Cope followed me. "Let's get popcorn first," I said. "We can't watch a movie without popcorn. It's like a necessity, you know?" He grinned and shrugged.
"I did not know. This will be my first film."
My jaw dangled open. "You've never been to the movies?" When he shook his head, I linked my arm through the crook of his elbow and pulled him toward the concession stand. "Come on, I need to school you." "Anna!" Oh, crap. 3 couples from school were walking toward us, and I automatically sprang into party girl mode. "Oh, hey," I said. I hugged each of them, eliciting smiles and laughter from the group, and even puffs of lusty auras from 2 of the guys. I was conscious of my lack of makeup and the fact that they kept slanting their eyes toward Cope. It wasn't every day that a Cass High girl was seen out with a huge, gorgeous African man. "This is my friend Capano," I said. He gave them all a nod, and they stared. He's originally from Malawi. He goes to Harvard." "Wow," said one girl. "Awesome," said one of the boyfriends. More staring. "So, what movie are y'all seeing?" I asked. I hoped we wouldn't be in the same theater, and I was in luck. They were all seeing the romantic comedy. "Well, have fun," I told them. "Are you guys going to Ashley's thing tomorrow?" They glanced around at one another, unsure, and one girl asked, "Are you?" "Yeah, you know I'll be there," I said with a smile. They glanced around again, this time nodding their heads with sparks of orange excitement lighting up their auras. "Sure, we'll go," the girl said. If there was one thing I'd learned in the past 7 months, it's that popular people don't need superhuman powers to make people bend to their will. "Cool. See you then." We walked away, followed by lingering stares. I felt Cope looking at me, but I couldn't meet his eyes just yet. We got to the front of the line, and I ordered a medium popcorn with a cherry Coke for me and a Sprite for Cope, since he didn't do caffeine. "Do you want butter on the popcorn?" the cashier asked. "Yes," I said, just as Cope answered, "No." We looked at each other and quickly spoke again, me saying no and Cope saying yes. Then we both laughed, and the cashier rolled her eyes. "Aw, come on," I said to Cope. We have to have butter. I think you can handle a little fat." And to prove my point, I pinched his waist. My hands met the hard resistance of muscle, and his intense hazel gaze landed on me. My stupid face heated again. I pulled my hand away and switched my attention to the cashier. "Just a little, please," I told her. Note to self, I could not innocently touch Cope like I could Jay. I'd hoped his feelings would have passed after all this time, especially since he knew how I felt about Kai, but based on that heated glance, it seemed not. My heart dropped a little. I wanted to be able to be friends with him without worrying about leading him on. I was glad to sit down in the dim theater minutes later with the popcorn between us. Cope was far more polite than me. I dug right in during previews, while he took handfuls and munched quietly. With his eyes on the screen, he said,
"You are very popular among your classmates."
The popcorn suddenly tasted stale. "Yeah." I felt him angling toward me.
"I meant no judgment."
He kept watching me like he felt bad. I took a drink of soda to wash the saltiness of emotion from my mouth. "Look, the movie's starting." His watchful gaze stayed on me a moment more. The worst part about the encounter with my peers was that I didn't have to mention the party. It had become second nature, and the way they bent so easily to my suggestions, it was satisfying in a way that made me crave guilt. I needed guilt. I needed for my angel side to rise up and balance my demon side so I wouldn't skid out of control. I tried to put all that from my mind. During the movie, I liked taking peeks at Cope as his eyes darted around the big screen, and he laughed at the funny parts, the dimple softening his cheek. I found myself wondering if Kaidan never went to the movies. Did he take girls and sit in the very back where it was dark and private? I crossed my arms and legs, then glared at the screen. Sometimes an imagination was an impediment. After the movie, our mood seemed to unwind in the warm night air. I'd parked around the side of the building.
"What are you doing?"
Cope asked. He motioned toward my hand clutching my purse, the other hand partially inside. It must have looked weird. "Oh," I said. "I didn't even realize I was doing it. It's part of my self-defense training." I pulled out the hot pink pepper spray. Cope gave me a half grin.
"I am glad to see you are prepared to defend us."
He said it jokingly, like he didn't really think I could. I stopped in the middle of the lot and faced him. Nobody was around. I felt a little punchy after all the tension in the theater and the giant soda. I shouldn't goad him. I knew better, but I so wanted us to be friends, and friends had fun. "You don't think I can fight, do you? Try to take me." I dared him. His dark eyebrows came together in surprise, and he chuckled.
"We are in public."
"So?" I said. "Nobody's around."
"The asphalt is rough. I do not want to hurt you."
I put my hands on my hips and scoffed. "Whatever. You're afraid of a girl. I see how it is." I wouldn't push him to play along if he didn't want to. It had been a bad idea anyway. I reached into my purse for my keys so I could unlock the car. During that second of distraction, Cope pounced. I yelped as he pinned my arms behind my back, hardly exerting any energy at all while I squirmed. The hold he had on me felt different from the ones my instructor used, so I was frantic for a moment as I tried to decide how to get away. I went for the foot stomp. His pained grunt showed he hadn't been expecting it, and he widened his stance to protect his feet. I threw my head back, but his face was turned to the side, so I only caught the side of his jaw. He chuckled low at my failed attempts. I leaned forward, using my hips to throw him off balance, and it worked. He sort of crashed into my back and had to drop his arms to steady himself, grasping my waist. I froze at the intimate contact and sound of his breath in my ear. Yikes. Playtime over. It was at that inopportune moment that a male voice with a southern twang rang out near us.
"Hey, get your hands off her!"
Capano's hands flew out to his sides, and he backed away. Two guys in their early 20s stood there with angry expressions. Cope eyed them evenly. "It's okay," I told the guys, still breathing hard. "He's my friend." They narrowed their eyes as if searching for a trick. "We were just playing around," I assured them.
"Yes,"
Cope said in his rich accent.
"We enjoy wrestling."
"We enjoy wrestling?" It was a bad time to laugh, but a tiny cackle escaped from the back of my throat, and I bent over at the waist, unable to help myself. The guy's eyes widened at Cope's obvious foreignness and my sudden burst of laughter. I tried to talk, but only managed to babble and wave a hand around. The guys shook their heads like we were crazy.
"Whatever."
One of the guys waved us off with a flick of his wrist.
"Freaks."
They left us there, and Cope let out a laugh of his own now. I pointed to him and said, "Freak."
"What did I say?"
He put up his hands.
"I was enjoying the wrestling."
"Stop!" I sputtered and laughed harder. "You're crazy." And I was seriously about to take you down before they showed up.
"Maybe next time,"
he said as he walked to the driver's door and opened it for me. Climbing in, I shook my head, and he shut my door with an uncontrollable grin. I was still giggling after I dropped him at his hotel and headed home. Chapter 7. Damascus. After a great deal of cultural research, Cope and I decided to act as if we were strangers on our trip, though we'd stay in the same hotel. Parts of Damascus might cater to tourists, but I planned to err on the side of caution. As I waited outside the Damascus airport for Cope to get through customs, I reached up to make sure the hijab was staying in place around my head. Patty had purchased the pretty black headscarf with ivory flowers, and together we learned how to wrap it and tuck it into the collar of my shirt so that only my face showed. I held my bag close, relieved that it had made it through the customs search. I dared not travel without the hilt, which was currently nestled in the middle of a big bag of individually wrapped candies. We'd even taped candies all around it and superglued the bag so it looked unopened. What a humiliating disguise for such a powerful artifact. Like the Atlanta airport, this one was bustling with people, some wearing turbans and robes, others wearing chic designer clothes. Auras were a mix of oranges and grays, a flourish of travel anxieties. The scent of spicy foods carried along the air, combined with fuel exhaust. Unfamiliar Arabic writing hung on banners up and down the walkway. Cope would be in charge of changing money for us the next morning. When I knew he was safely through customs, I hailed a cab. We'd chosen a middle-of-the-road hotel near the old city, within walking distance of where Duke Senelian and his daughter Sania lived. Once in my room, I dropped my bag and slumped deliriously on the bed. I took a moment to run my fingers over its plush red headboard and golden comforter before stretching my supernatural hearing to the other corner of the hotel, where Cope had been sent. I knew he would be listening for me with his extended hearing as well. "Cope?"
"I am here,"
came the quiet rumble of his voice. "What time should we leave in the morning?"
"Let us meet at 9:30 in the hotel courtyard."
"Okay. I'll see you—" Oh, crap. I pressed a hand over my mouth and fell back on the bed, banging my head against the wooden edge of the headboard. A demon had soared into the room and now hovered in my face. A prick of fear stabbed my chest. The spirit was dark and eerie, with frightening feline features. I kept my mouth shut and breathed hard through my nose. Appearing too afraid could make me seem guilty, so I jutted out my chin and met his beady eyes. "What do you want?" Staring at it, waiting for some sort of attack or haunting message, I realized it looked familiar. All I could think was that we'd been caught before we'd even started the mission. The spirit's mouth lifted at the corners, revealing pointy teeth. But if it was attempting a rabid snarl, something was off. This was more like a really unpracticed smile. I recognized it now. Azael, an ally. I hadn't seen it in 6 months.
"I will alert Belial that you have arrived safely."
Just as quickly as his scratchy message seeped into my mind, he was gone, flying swiftly through the hall into the heart of the hotel. I shuddered. Couldn't Dad somehow teach them to knock? Anything less jarring than dive-bombing toward my face unexpectedly. I sat back up, remembering that the conversation with Cope had been severed during my momentary freak-out. When I nudged my senses around the space of his room and called to him, there was no response. I sent my hearing to the hall and found him outside my door. I leaped off the bed and let him in. His wide eyes made a quick inspection of the room before raking me up and down. "It's okay," I whispered. "It was one of my father's allies, making sure we made it safely."
"That is an ally of Belial?"
He pointed at the wall. "You saw it?"
"I did. Did you not recognize it?"
Cope asked with uncharacteristic awe in his voice. "Not at first." I touched a finger to the back of my head and winced. We stared at each other, standing close, neither of us daring to say the demon's name or title aloud. Lucifer's personal messenger. By all accounts, Azael was deeper in Hell's pocket than any other demon, and yet my father trusted him. Cope and I stood there a moment longer, joined in fear, but also trusting that Dad knew what he was doing. He'd better, or we were all in trouble. In a movement of slow affection, Cope lifted his hand to cup my shoulder. His palm was so hot that I almost flinched. He removed the hand, and his brow tightened as he shuffled a step back.
"I am sorry,"
he said, dropping his eyes. "Huh? For what?"
"I should not touch you when we are alone like this."
His breath seemed to shallow out. "We're friends, Cope. Friends comfort each other." I really wished he wouldn't make a big deal out of little things. It made me feel bad. Fatigue tightened the skin around his eyes.
"Sleep well, Anna."
I nodded, not sure what to say. He took a moment to listen at the door before slipping into the corridor. I could still feel the heavy heat of his hand on my shoulder as I climbed into bed. At 9:30, I stood waiting for Cope in the hotel's quaint courtyard strung with vines. The warm air held a lively buzz. The closest comparison I could manage was the feeling I had at the Native American reservation in New Mexico. Our surroundings housed a sense of mystery and history too ancient to comprehend. We were standing in the oldest known city in the world that was still functional and occupied, as old as Babylon, which had long since fallen. I spied Cope coming toward me, looking suave in black slacks and a crisp gray button-down shirt with the top button open. He slipped something in my hand as he passed me. Money, with a small knife wrapped inside. I shook my head and pushed the knife back into his hand. "I don't want to be armed when I meet her," I whispered. He pressed his lips together like he didn't agree, but eventually tucked the knife in his pocket and handed me a small wrapped object.
"Hummus on flatbread,"
he explained before setting off. Yum. I ate as I followed, keeping space between us. The main streets were roughly paved, but worn and crumbling in places, which added to the old-world appeal. I made my way into the souk, a bustling open-air market with the sun shining down on it. Children ran rampant, playing and hollering. Shopkeepers called out in exuberant voices and used grand hand gestures as they haggled over prices. Unlike in many crowded cities, the auras in the souk were pleasant. Outside the busy market, I stood on a major corner, marveling at the sight of ancient buildings and a Roman-era wall that marked the old city portion of town. My skin prickled with awe. Paul the Apostle had been on the same ground where I now stood. The light weight of the hilt against my ankle was a reminder of his guardian angel, Lilith. Being here brought it all to life. Zinnia lived down a narrow cobbled road with dry paths between the two-story luxury houses. I looked up at the balconies, with beautiful ironwork jutting out over the walkway. Doors and windows were made of dark oiled wood. As I neared the very last house on the left, my stomach tightened. I stopped next door to it and shot my hearing into Zinnia's house, scouring each room, but finding nothing. I knocked on the door, peeking over my shoulder at Cope, who was several houses back, seeming inconspicuous as he bent to tie his shoelaces. After several minutes of no answer, I walked around the corner to the side of Zinnia's house, which was next to some sort of store. It must have been closed, because there was nobody in sight down the narrow alley. Maybe Zania was out shopping at one of the souks. I absently looked into one of her windows, wondering how long we should wait for her to come home. A shadow passed my reflection in the glass, and I was wrenched backward from behind, feeling a distinct cold sting at my throat. Other than an involuntary gasp of shock and my galloping heart rate, I didn't move or make a sound. A fierce female voice said something to me in Arabic, and she tightened her grip around my shoulders. "Nice to meet you too, Zania." I knew how to fight my way out of this hold, but I wanted to be peaceful with her. I wished I could look at her, but she had me facing the cement wall. "I'm sorry," I whispered, trying not to move my jaw. "No Arabic." "Who sent you?" she demanded in thick English. The sharp point jabbed harder, and I winced as I felt it cut into my flesh. "I'm not—" A scuffle of sound cut me off, and her arms were gone. A metallic ping rang out as her knife hit the stone pavement. I spun around to see Cope holding a tall, thin young woman, one arm around her midsection, pinning her arms at her side, and the other over her mouth. A black headscarf with red flowers had slid back during the fray, and her dark hair fell around her face. She struggled against him, but he held tight. I put my palms up and looked into her round, deep brown eyes. She appeared to be in pain, and I cast a worried glance at Cope.
"I am not hurting her,"
he assured me.
"She is afraid."
Petrified was more like it. "Zania," I said, "please don't be scared of us. I'm Anna, and this is Capano. We're not going to hurt you. We came to talk to you because we know Senelian is gone, and he has no idea we're here. You're safe with us. I have important things to tell you. Will you be calm if Capano lets you go?" Her response was an obvious no, as Cope let out a small holler and jerked his hand away from her teeth. He still held her tight, even as she let out a string of vicious words in Arabic, ending with, "Go to hell," in English. This was going to be harder than I thought. I bent down and picked up the knife. "Listen to me, Zania, please. I know you feel threatened, so I'm going to put this knife back into your hand, and Capano is going to release you. I want you to have the means to protect yourself, but I am unarmed. I promise you. We only want to talk. We're like you. We have no loyalties to the Dukes." In truth, I carried the hilt as a weapon, but it could only be wielded against demons. Zania breathed heavily through her nose, and I slowly took the step forward and slipped the knife into her hand. An awful thought crossed my mind, and I squeezed my hand over her fist. "Do not try to hurt Capano when he lets you go, or you and I are going to have a problem. He's a good man." "There is no such thing as a good man," she snarled. "Yes, there is, and you'll see for yourself if you give him a chance. Tell this good man of yours to release me with my back to the street." "Okay, but don't run away." I let my desperation for her cooperation show as I stayed close for a few more seconds. I took my hand off hers and stepped back, nodding at Cope. He turned her and let her go, stepping swiftly back, next to me. Zania spun and faced us in a slight crouch, eyes skittering, as if expecting our malicious intent to come out now. Her headscarf was dangling like a hood, and she ripped it from her neck, throwing it to the ground. She looked like a warrior princess. Cope cleared his throat.
"Perhaps my presence is a hindrance."
Good point. She definitely had issues with males. I nodded my agreement, still watching Zania, but her eyes were on him. He took a careful step forward, and she jutted the knife out.
"I must pass you, Zania,"
he said in a silky, deep voice.
"I will keep to the wall."
They sidestepped along their own wall with a few precious feet of separation, eyeing each other. She followed his every move, until he passed her and was out of sight. Keeping her back to the wall, she turned her head toward me.
"I am no fool. I know he stays near."
"Yes, you're right. He's my friend and he wants me to be safe, but he won't interfere now unless you hurt me." Speaking of that, I lifted my hand to the spot under my chin. It was still wet and sensitive, but healing fast. Adrenaline kept me from feeling anything. I looked down at the spots of blood on my shirt. That was probably going to get me some unwanted attention during the walk back to the hotel. I might need to borrow a shirt, I said, chancing a small smile. Should we talk here, or do you want to go somewhere else? Her breathing had finally slowed, but she still watched me warily. You may come inside, but not him. That's fine, I said. Thank you. She waved me forward with the knife to walk in front of her. When I got around the corner, Cope was nowhere to be seen. Go in, she told me. The door was unlocked, so I pushed it open. Inside, she quickly closed the door and locked it behind us, before peering out a side window and motioning me into a parlor. I took in the array of color and design, everything from the multicolored Persian rug and gold drapes to the handcrafted woodwork of the furniture. Taking a seat in an ornate chair, I ran my fingers over the thick maroon and yellow tasseled cushion, then the mosaic tabletop next to me. I looked up to see Zinnia watching me from across the room, knife still in hand. For the first time, I noticed the dark band of addiction running under her black badge, as if it would squeeze the life from her. Will you sit with me? I asked. Without answering, she moved gracefully to a wooden case and lifted the lid, revealing a beverage bar. She poured a shot of something dark amber-colored and drank it, the knife coming dangerously close to her eye. She poured a second glass and looked at me. My insides were tight enough to snap. Do you want one? She asked. Yes. I paused 2 beats. No, thank you. No? Just one? I didn't know what to do. I was already jittery, but I really wanted that drink. As if sensing my internal struggle, she smiled as she sipped the second shot. Okay, I whispered. Maybe... Zinnia straightened up and made a faraway face. He whistled. Why did he whistle? Is he signaling someone? Who? Cope? Oh. I slouched a little. I was officially the only Neff I knew who didn't regularly use their extended hearing to listen out. No, he's whistling to me, to tell me not to drink. My insides unraveled the slightest bit. Cope wouldn't whistle for no reason. If he was telling me not to drink, then it was a good idea for me to listen. I suppose 2 girls with a weakness for drink and a bottle of liquor wasn't the safest combination. I had a job to do and a limited amount of time to do it. Zinnia's stricken face revealed that she thought otherwise. He forbids you to drink, and you obey? Why? No, it's not like that. I swallowed hard. He doesn't forbid me or anything. He's just looking out for me. He knows how carried away I get if I'm not careful. She huffed and poured another, then sat in a chair across the room from me, placing the knife on her lap. We watched each other across the space. I remember you, she said, and the angels. I believed the Duke's plan to kill me that night. I thought the summit was about me too, I admitted. I wondered if every Neff feared they were the cause of that summit, only to feel relieved when Gerlinda was called forward. You should not have spoken out that night, she said. So I'd been told. I breathed a small sigh. May I ask a personal question about your sin and how it manifests itself? I asked. I mean, do you feel hate for people in general? She raised an eyebrow, and I squirmed a little on my cushion. I detest men. Her eyes widened as she spoke freely of her sin. She rolled the knife in her palm, jolting me with a memory of how Kaidan used to do the same thing. Men are vain, selfish fools. Every one. I enjoy when they fight and hurt each other. I wish they would kill one another completely and be done with it. Zinnia wiped her mouth and watched for my reaction. I swallowed hard and cleared my throat. Do you know of my father, Belil? I have not met him, but I know his sin. She held up her drink and sipped it. How do you so easily deny the drink I offer? It's not easy. No, in fact, before Cope's whistle, I'd been trying to talk my good conscience into it, but telling myself it would be inhospitable not to have one. The key word there was one, and moderation really wasn't my thing. It's harder for me with drugs, I admitted. The thing is, My father doesn't force me to work for real, so I mostly pretend. That makes it easier because I don't have to fight the addiction." Her arm froze midair as she read my face with incredulous disbelief. My life is very different from other Nephilim, Zania. It's my hope that during our lifetime, all the Neph will have the option to stop working.
"Impossible."
Her voice was a hoarse whisper. I smiled. All things were possible. We spent 3 hours talking, and Zania would not commit to helping. I don't think she believed or trusted me, even after I showed her the hilt. But I didn't know how else to prove myself to her in 2 days. She refused to be seen out in public with me when I invited her to lunch, and she adamantly refused to see or speak with Cope. At one point, the call to prayer sounded on speakers outside, a soulful warble of Arabic song ringing over the town. I'd learned about the Muslim prayer times and heard the morning call to prayer before leaving the hotel. Zania seemed not to notice. "Do you ever join the prayer time?" I asked out of curiosity. She gave a shrug.
"When I am in public, I perform the prayer motions like the other good women. In my home, I do not."
She took a drink. She drank so much during our 3 hours, I didn't know how she stayed coherent. She brought me one of her shirts to change into, and then told me it was time to leave. "Can we talk again later?" I asked, "after you've had time to think about everything."
"I do not think that will be necessary."
She stood by the door with her hand on the knob. A horrible feeling of failure spread through me. "What will you do today?" I grasped for something, desperate. "And tonight?"
"I will work, of course."
"He has been known to send his
Dark Ones to watch me while he travels, so I must always work. And now you must go."
She opened the door and squared her shoulders before looking down at me. I walked out and turned to say goodbye, but she shut the door in my face. I stood there for a minute, shaking inside. What was I supposed to do? Looking down the cobbled road, I began walking back in the direction we'd come. By the time I sensed Cope step out of an alley and follow me, I was biting the insides of my cheeks, keeping my head down. I wanted to cry or kick something. To add to my mood, I almost got hit by a car when I thought I saw Kai and froze in the intersection. Pedestrians definitely didn't have the right of way here. The guy on the sidewalk had the same exact height and build, but when the stranger turned his unfamiliar face toward the sound of the honking car, an absurd feeling of disappointment settled inside me. I jumped out of the way just in time. My head was a mess. Cope spoke from behind me as we neared the hotel.
"You did well, and she has much to think about. Tonight, we will follow while she works. Perhaps there will be another opportunity to show we mean no harm."
"Okay," I agreed, and I clung to his optimism. The sun had set when we approached Zania's street, as silent as possible that night. Using my special senses, I heard the ruffling of clothing and clinking of glass inside her house. When she came out, she stayed on her doorstep for a moment. Cope and I stood very still in a pathway where she couldn't see us. We waited until she'd rounded the corner at the end of the street before following. Other people were out, so I hoped our footsteps would go unnoticed. After a 10-minute walk, we ended up outside the touristy restaurant Zania was in. Cope waited outside, while I peeked through a window. She'd gone to the bar, which had a large dance floor separating it from the dining space. Most of the patrons looked to be college age. Since it was past the dinner hour, the seating area was dimly lit and had the atmosphere of a lounge or nightclub. It was not crowded yet, but there were enough people to keep us out of sight. I motioned Cope to follow me inside, and we went to a small table at the back of the room. For one paranoid moment, I wondered if sitting with Cope was going to gain us unwanted attention, but nobody gave us a second glance. A waitress came over, and we both ordered cups of the city's famous hot tea, though my body longed for something stronger. When she walked away, I moved the table's flower arrangement and standing drink menus to the end of the table to block us. Cope sat at an angle, so Zania could not see his face. I dipped my head down when she turned in our direction. She was eyeing a table of men on the other side of the lounge from her. The room was quickly filling with cigarette smoke that tickled my lungs and burned my eyes. I had to tighten my vision into focus. What I noticed was unsettling. The 4 men at the table were not like the others in the room. Most of the men in the bar and lounge were sort of slick, GQ-looking guys, with their hair heavily gelled, facial hair trimmed and shaved into neat lines around their jaws. Those types were talking and laughing, dancing and drinking with colorful auras, but not the 4 men Zania chose to watch. They wore more traditional black tunic shirts and had full beards. They were not drinking, and they seemed to be having a serious discussion. One in particular took notice of Zania's attention, and his aura immediately muddied. She smiled coyly, moving her hair and looking away as if she were embarrassed to be caught watching. He looked back down, shifted in his seat, and then looked up at her again. She was running her fingers softly up and down her neck. Zania was an expert at taking small, seemingly innocent gestures and packing them full of meaning. The man's emotions went into overdrive, swirling around him, dangerously dark, with zaps of red, as Zania bit the pad of her thumb. The dude was scary. Of all the men in that place, he was the one I'd steer clearest of. His eyes darted around with unease. Zania didn't seem afraid in the slightest. Every few minutes, Cope would shift just enough to glance at the scene. There must have been something in the look on my face just then, because he turned abruptly to see what was going on. After a moment, he pivoted back toward me, and we looked at each other, mutual in our worry. Zania was a good worker. She'd chosen the one man in the room who probably prided himself on being chaste. If she had anything to do with it, his morals would be smashed to pieces that night, and his opinion of women would hit an all-time low. The man had given up on trying not to look at her. He now stared, with open lust and hatred, lost in a red and gray haze. His companions finally made the connection, looking from him to Zania, who'd looked away to finish her drink. The men spoke low in Arabic, with heated passion. Cope pulled out his phone, and he began typing, then passed it to me.
He calls her a devil woman. They agree she must be taught a lesson.
Frightened for her, I held my breath to see what would happen. With one last sultry look in the seething man's direction, Zania slid off the chair and sauntered through the crowd of dancers toward the exit. The man stood to follow. I'd like to think she was sprinting home at this moment, but something told me Zania allowed herself to be taught lessons on a regular basis. Well, whatever usually happened, it sure as heck wasn't going to happen tonight. By the hard look on Cope's face, he was in agreement. He threw some money on the table, and we got up to follow them. Outside the nightclub, one way led to crowds of people and hopping nightlife. In the other direction were the outskirts of town, quiet and dark. It was from that direction we heard a muffled female cry of pain. We moved quickly, trying not to draw attention toward the alleyway where we headed. We turned the dark corner just in time to see the man open palm Zania on the side of her face. Twice. A shot like that to the temple would have sent anyone sprawling, but he had a hold of her ripped shirt, which hung open to reveal a bloody spot at the top of her white bra. Had he bitten her? When he ripped open the button of her black pants, I gasped. Everything happened quickly then. Cope burst forward, grabbed the guy, and slammed his face into the wall with a crack. Zania fell, and I ran to her side, crouching to lift her head into my lap. Her eyes fluttered. "You're okay," I told her. Alcohol fumes wafted up at me as I smoothed back her hair, and my insides clenched with a greedy need. I did my best to ignore it and was careful not to touch the bloody welt growing on her cheekbone. Cope had the guy's arm cranked behind his back, and they were conversing none too friendly in Arabic. The man looked to be pleading his case, but Capano wasn't having any of it.
"No man of God sheds the blood of a woman for tempting him,"
Cope growled in English. There was a fury in his stance that made me pause and watch, wondering if he'd be able to rein in the temptation to bring down his wrath on this guy. The man barked a hate-filled response and spat bloody saliva down the wall. "He knows English?" I asked.
"Yes,"
Cope answered. Good. I needed to get rid of this guy immediately before Cope's wrath could escalate. I spoke sharply. You are going to leave us right now and not attempt to follow us or harm us in any way." I pressed the meaning of my words toward him, using the persuasive power of influence that I'd gained through my double angel parentage. I didn't know if it would work on this strong-willed man, but thankfully, his mind was weaker than it had seemed. "Yes," the man shouted. With reluctance, Cope pulled him from the wall and shoved him toward the alley's exit. When he'd gotten his footing and ran, Cope stood there, shaking in anger. His light eyes had darkened, and I needed to calm him. "It's okay, Cope," I whispered up at him. "He's gone now. Let it go." He shuddered and paced for a few minutes, clenching and unclenching his hands. I gave him a smile of reassurance as I watched his breathing slow to normal. Not wasting a minute more, he leaned down and lifted Zinnia's long, lightweight frame into his arms and began the trek to her house. The streets of the neighborhoods were quiet. We passed a few people who stared, but thankfully, nobody tried to stop us or question the scene. At Zinnia's house, I dug my hand into her pocket and pulled out the single key to let us in.
"Which way is your room, Zinnia?"
Cope asked. Her name sounded melodic on his lips. She lifted a floppy hand toward the stairs. I rushed ahead up the stairs and opened the door, switching on the lamp and pulling back the coverlet before stepping out of the way. Cope laid her down with care. Then, in a move that surprised me, he slid the high heels off her feet and placed them on the floor before covering her. His hand shook, and I wondered if it was leftover nerves from the altercation with the man. Watching Cope handle her with such care stirred an unexpected surge of affection inside me. Zinnia whispered something, and with his hand still on the top of the blanket, he leaned down to listen. She brought her arms around his shoulders and pulled him down. "You can kiss me," she whispered. My eyebrows went straight up, and Cope's back stiffened. With a strangled grunt, he dropped the blanket and disengaged from her grasping arms. For one tense instant, he stared at her like she was a bejeweled serpent, beautiful, yet poisonous.
"I am sorry,"
he whispered low. His eyes shot to mine for one hot moment before he turned to leave us. I heard him go down the stairs and out the front door. Whoa. Zinnia rolled to her side and curled up, making a choking sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob.
"Even Brother Neff are repulsed by my touch,"
she slurred. "What?" I was shocked. No, I can assure you Cope was not repulsed. Just the opposite, I think. His lifestyle was common knowledge among our group, so I hoped he wouldn't mind if I explained a little to alleviate her concern. Capano is celibate, but he doesn't hate women. He's nothing like that man tonight. I smoothed her hair back and touched her face with soft fingers. I found myself nursing her as Patty had done me when I was ill from the maturation of my senses. Zinnia made that choking sound again, and a torrent of tears poured forth. When I moved closer to her, she reached out and clung to me as she cried, pressing her face into my abdomen.
"Don't leave me,"
she begged through drunken pained tears. My eyes stung. The thought of having to leave her the next day made me sick to my stomach. I wished I could pack her up and take her with me. All I could do was hope that we'd earned her trust and that she'd hold the glimmer of optimism in her heart to get through each day. As she fell asleep curled in my arms, her voice haunted me. "Don't leave me." I woke before Zinnia in the morning, parched. I went downstairs to the kitchen and drank a glass of water. At the bottom of the stairs, I noticed a room in the corner with the door ajar. It was dim, but I could make out pictures stuck on the walls. Holding the glass, I tiptoed to the room and pushed the door open. It appeared to be some sort of fancy office, but the space had been cheapened by newspaper clippings and pictures tacked and taped across the walls in a sickening collage. I took a few steps in and read headlines about battles and wars, primarily in the Middle East and Africa. Genocides and mass slaughter attacks were highlighted. Some of the pictures were too gruesome to warrant more than a glance. I took a step back, realizing with disgust that this was Senelian's shrine to hatred. Prepared to leave, I glimpsed a picture on the desk that caught my morbid curiosity. It was an African child, a toddler, naked, crying on the ground with a woman leaning over her. What in the world was she doing? Slick fear ran through me.
That is his most recent pet project.
Zinnia's husky morning voice made me jump and spill some water. Even with puffy eyes and a tiny bruise, she was stunning. What's she doing to the baby? I prayed she would refuse to tell me.
Female circumcision.
Her voice was quiet. She wouldn't look at the pictures.
They removed the parts that allow them to enjoy sex.
My insides rolled, and I brought my free hand to my mouth while the hand holding the glass trembled. She took it from me and walked out of the office. I followed her into the kitchen. I stood there, sick and numb. Why would anyone do that?
Did your father not teach you about the evil wiles of the female race?
Her tone was tainted with sarcasm. She set my glass on the marble counter and crossed her arms.
Women have no self-control and cannot be faithful. We aim to seduce every man we encounter because we cannot help our natures. In this way, they are helping females and ensuring their loyalty.
I ran past Zinnia, thinking about the tiny girl in the picture. I made it to the bathroom just in time to lose my glass of water in the toilet. I coughed as I crouched on the ground, tasting acid.
Oh, God above. This was the project Senelian was working on right now. The thing my father hadn't wanted to tell me.
I wouldn't cry in front of Zinnia. I closed my eyes tight and tried to shut out the memory of those images.
You are ill?
Zinnia asked from the doorway. I shook my head, wishing I could stand. Sometimes I get overwhelmed by all the pain, I explained. Zinnia stared down at me with her awesome mane of black waves, like I was the strangest creature she'd ever seen. I wanted her to think I was strong and worthy of aligning herself with, but I felt weak. I fumbled for the tissues. Zinnia pulled out 2 sheets and handed them to me before squatting at my side. I blotted my dampened, scratchy eyes. Her gaze searched me for any sign of falsehood or insincerity as I blew my nose.
You helped me last night,
she said. We tried, but that guy worked fast. Zinnia peered at the floor and let her hair fall, blocking her face. Her hand shook.
You held me like a mother,
she said. I was glad to be there for you. I gave her my warmest, heartfelt look. I have to leave today. I wish I could stay or take you with me. I came here to bring you the good news, and I hope when the time is right, you'll be an ally.
How can a woman like me help? I do not bother with self-control as you do. Look,
she held out a shaking hand.
Even now I tremble for the poison my body craves, and it helps me face my tasks. It numbs the hatred.
I closed my eyes. I understood that. I really did. You'll get yourself killed if you keep drinking.
I do not care.
But I do. I grabbed her hands in mine and spoke with all the earnest conviction in my heart. Think of all the little girls the Dukes will have in future generations. Girls who will grow up without the love of a mother. Girls who are doomed to hate their lives. We can change that, Zinnia. I don't know how, but I know it can happen in our lifetime. We need you. All I ask is that you keep yourself alive and be ready. Please. I felt her hand shaking in mine. Her eyes were wet.
I need a drink,
she said in a small voice. A bitter laugh followed from far in her throat. No, I choked out. I couldn't very well send her to rehab or stay by her side to nurse her through detox. What I was asking her to do was nearly impossible, and we both knew it. All things are possible, I whispered, just as much for my own benefit as hers. I leaned forward, and we hugged. She was breathing hard, clinging to me with the same grasping urgency she had the night before. My sister, I murmured. You can do it. Fall. Senior year. Chapter 8. London. I received a text message from Dad during the homecoming football game telling me to check my email. I ditched my school-spirited party crew in the bleachers and took off for home. Dad had hooked me up with a super secure server last year for our communications. My hands actually shook as I fired it up. Patty came in my room, looking surprised to see me. "It's from Dad," I told her. She stood over my shoulder and read along.
"I have another prospect, but the timing hasn't worked out yet. In the meantime, I want you and Capano to go to London to inform the girls. Your itinerary is attached."
Sweet. I was going to see the twins. I printed my itinerary and deleted the email. Patty squeezed me tight from behind as I grinned. A week later, in the middle of October, I was skipping school to fly to England. I sent Jay and Veronica a vague message telling them I'd be out for a few days, doing some stuff for my dad. I could tell them where I'd gone when I got home, even though mentioning Marna might not be a good idea with those two. Cope flew down from Boston and met me at the departure gate for our flight from Atlanta. I could hardly contain my excitement as we boarded the plane, and Cope seemed to be lighthearted as well. Our last trip had been so stressful, but this one had a different feeling. I looked forward to sitting next to Cope during the flight, since we hadn't on the way to Syria. Being the diligent do-gooders we were, we both took out our schoolwork after takeoff. I turned to Cope and found him watching me, a heavy book open on his lap. It was always a little startling to discover his serious eyes on me, and he must have sensed my surprise, because he gave a shy smile and let his attention fall back to his book. After several hours, I needed a break from math problems and history facts. I laid all my stuff in the open seat between Cope and me. He closed his book and laid it with mine. I looked down at his texts: Population and Development Studies, Biological Studies and Public Health. His eyes were on his hands as he rubbed his palms back and forth. I wished I knew how to make him more comfortable around me. He used to be more open, but lately it was like he was too careful. "How much longer do you have in college?" I asked him.
"This is my final year."
"Oh, wow, that seems fast." He glanced down at his books.
"It will be 2 semesters early. I've taken classes every summer."
A small grin formed on my lips when he said semesters and summer. His accent was beautiful, with similar sounds to Jamaican English and the Queen's English, but something all its own. I watched him with avid curiosity before he caught my eye and looked down at his light brownish-pink palms. "And what are you studying?" I asked, bending one leg up in the seat and positioning myself to face him. He kept his eyes on his clasped fingers, nodding his head as he answered.
"The spread of disease among populations, primarily HIV and AIDS."
Any time I could get Cope to open up felt like a small success. "Do you miss Malawi?" He nodded.
"Yes."
"What's it like there?" He paused and tilted his head, face serious.
"Everyone lives in huts with no electricity."
"Oh," I said, frowning. A dimpled grin spread across his smooth face, and I gasped, "You're messing with me." I was so delighted by his teasing that I reached out and gave his upper arm a little smack, before remembering myself. I wrapped my arms around my leg and held tight. Capano gave a small laugh, finally meeting my eyes.
"That is what everyone thinks about Africa," he said, "and it is like that in some parts, but we also have large cities, same as America."
While he was talking, his hand reached up and touched the spot on his arm where I'd hit him. "What do you miss most about it?" I asked. He leaned in against the armrest, and his demeanor took on a dreamy reverence.
"The waters of Lake Malawi are like crystal."
The name of his country sounded magical on his lips.
"Wild animals and birds everywhere. I miss the nights with no artificial light to dim the stars. But mostly, I miss the sense of community among the people. There is much that can be improved among the leadership, but the people are kind. They respect the land and one another."
I watched as he reined in his passion. We'd both leaned in, trying to keep our conversation hushed. There'd always been something commanding about Capano's presence. Seeing him worked up showed a man willing to battle injustices firsthand. He could go head-to-head with the men who'd been led to their downfalls by his own father. My admiration deepened. I glanced at his book about diseases. Is AIDS really bad there? I probably sounded ignorant, but he didn't seem to mind. He rubbed a hand across his brow, which now bore a deep crease.
1 in 14 people. Orphanages are overrun. It's not acceptable.
1 in 14 people? That would be 1 or 2 people in each of my classes at school. No wonder the subject made him so distraught. Seeing his love and concern, I reached my hand out and took his. He shifted in his seat, and his back straightened. I waited while he yielded to the feel of my touch and seemed to relax. I wanted to be a friend to him, to be able to comfort him. I hoped he could accept it for what it was. He turned our wrists so that my hand was on top and he could look at it. My skin was pale against his. With his other hand, he ran a finger over the small rifts and valleys of my knuckles, looking at my skin as if it held some universal truth. As he lavished attention on my fingers, the gesture of friendship I'd offered somehow morphed. He raised his hazel eyes to mine. Differing feelings flashed through me. Not wanting to send mixed signals, I gave him a smile and slipped my hand from his. I gripped the armrest, still feeling his pleasant touch on my skin. The flight attendants were pulling the beverage cart to our row. One of the attendants, a pretty dark-skinned woman with red lipstick, gave Cope the once-over before taking my drink order. It was weird to see someone check him out like that. She poured me a cup of ice water and leaned over Cope to give it to me. Her aura reddened as her hip lingered against his arm. He discreetly turned his head, avoiding a face full of feminine curves. I bit my lip against a smile. "Thank you," I told her. She gave one last hopeful glance in his direction before pushing the cart to the next row. Cope's head leaned back, and his chest released a long, quiet breath. Poor guy. Must have been hard to be celibate, charming, and good-looking. Landing in London affected me more than I'd expected. Passing guys with their English accents had my head spinning. Eyes looking, heart squeezing and sputtering. I didn't want to think of Kaidan. It hurt too much. But everything here was infused with him. I envisioned him walking the crowded sidewalks and entering a pub with band friends as we came to our hotel for check-in. We left our suitcases in the rooms and immediately set off for the twins' flat. Cope and I descended in silence into the tube for our train.
"You are quiet,"
Cope noted when we got off at our stop. I forced a smile, just soaking it all in. When we neared the twins' flat, I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Marna. "Hello?" she sang. "Hello yourself," I responded. "I have a surprise for you. Cope and I are here for a visit." I pulled the phone from my ear when she screamed with glee and shouted to Ginger, which got a light chuckle from Cope. "Seriously? You're really here? I can't believe it. We'll hurry on then, but don't take the lift, it's terribly slow." She gave one last excited scream before hanging up. At their building, we took the stairs to the second floor and rang their bell. When we made it in, Marna's hug sent her and me both sprawling on the floor of their flat. "Oh, pull it together, the two of you." Ginger shut the door and gave Cope a quick hug before nudging Marna with her foot and muttering, "I suppose I'll make some tea." Ginger shot me a mean look before going in the kitchen, and I wondered if things would always be like that between us. We got up from the floor, and Marna hugged Cope around his waist. She looked as fresh and gorgeous as always, with her big gray eyes, layered brown waves, and stylish clothes. Who wore dress slacks and strappy heels in the comfort of their own home? Only the twins. Looking around at their flat, I was surprised by the immaculate severity of the decor. Not that I hadn't expected it to be posh, but I hadn't expected everything to be so white. The puffy couches and chairs and tables were all stark white or light ivory. Even the paintings and pictures hanging on the walls were in black and white. How ironic that the two most colorful girls I knew lived without color. Ginger propped herself against the door frame that separated the kitchen from the living area. "Talked to Kaidan lately?" she asked, acknowledging me for the first time. My stomach tightened. "I talked to him once? Why?" "As if you don't know." Ginger's eyes narrowed with distrust as she studied me. My stomach compacted into a firm ball of nerves. I don't know. I looked over at Marna. Tell me. Everything's fine, love, Marna said, but I wasn't convinced. Something was up. The electric kettle clicked off in the kitchen, forcing Ginger to break her death stare. I grasped Marna's wrist. What's going on? I whispered. She glanced nervously between me, Cope, and the open doorway, where her sister wasn't available to instruct her. Fear caused my hand to tighten on her wrist in an urgent plea, and I dropped it, afraid I'd cut off her blood circulation if I kept it up. He and Blake are friends, she whispered. They've gotten chummy, and we talk to Blake when our fathers are both out of town. I nodded for her to continue. She sent another peek toward the kitchen. It seems that Kaidan isn't working as hard as usual these days. Oh, cut the shite. Ginger came in and slammed the small tea tray on the table, making the cups rattle. He's not working. At all. He's faking it. Like her. She stared right at me with a hand on her hip. What do you mean? He definitely had to work with that nasty Marissa when he'd come to Atlanta. My skin prickled, and I felt edgy. Ginger's lip curled as she asked, What do you think I mean, you stupid little— All right, I get it, I shouted. You can stop talking to me like that. Her eyes were full of anger. My pulse raced. Was it possible? Had Kaidan been avoiding work in L.A.? But that was so dangerous. And brave. So stupid and wonderful. The most selfish part of me rejoiced, but then I remembered what it could mean for him, and terror struck. It wasn't like Kaidan to risk getting himself killed. It doesn't make sense, I whispered. Maybe he just doesn't work as hard when he's hanging out with Blake or something. Are you deaf? He's not working unless spirits come around, and even then, it's half-assed. I tensed, sick of her snide tone. That's enough, Marna said, but her sister ignored her. Ginger's soft voice was laced with cruelty, and she never took her eyes from me. Admit it, Anna. You're pleased about this. A bolt of anger ricocheted inside me, and I closed the space between us with clenched fists. My heart pounded at the prospect of a confrontation, but this had been a long time coming. I've put up with you saying a lot of things to me and about me, but let's get one thing straight. I would never want Kaidan to put himself in danger. He has nothing to prove to me. He doesn't even talk to me. I understand that you resent me, Ginger, because I haven't had to go through everything you have, but believe it or not, my life isn't perfect, and neither am I. Right. Geez, Ginger, what do I have to do to prove myself to you? Tell me one mistake you've ever made in your perfect little life, she challenged. Oh, fine. Okay, for one, I fell in love with Kaidan and showed him my colors. I sucked in a reflexive breath at my own declaration. Ginger smiled victoriously, and Marna's body jumped with a giant hiccup. In my peripheral vision, I saw Cope shove his hands in his jeans pockets and stare down at the white carpet. That really was quite stupid, Ginger said, but we'd guessed as much already. If that's your only so-called mistake— Oh, Gin, Marna started, but I shook my head, not willing to be sidetracked. No, that's not it, I started. When we went on that road trip last year. Was I really going to admit this? Her eyebrow rose in eager anticipation. Taking a deep breath and fully aware of Cope's listening ears, I told my biggest secret. I wanted to be with him, you know, but he said no. Oh my gosh. I wanted to curl up under the table away from their stares. Ginger's mouth and eyes rounded, and she let out a snigger. I didn't dare look in Cope's direction, but I could see he'd frozen in place. After a moment, Ginger dropped the act and eyed me with seriousness. We'd both been rejected by Kaidan. That had to put us on more equal ground. And even if it didn't, I was done being bullied. This isn't about Kaidan, I told her. It's about us. I'm tired of how you treat me. And you want to know what's really sad? Even though you've been nothing but hateful to me since the day we met, you have no idea how much I want your approval or how many things I envy about you." She scoffed. "What things might you envy about me? Could it be my asshole father who refuses to let us attend university because they don't offer slut degrees, even though I could teach the bloody classes myself? Or maybe it's the record number of marriages I've ended this year." "No," I said, softening. "I envy that you're such a strong person, despite those things. I wish I could speak my mind like you and be the kind of person who people don't try to walk all over. You don't put up with crap from anyone, and—" I glanced down at her low-cut V-neck sweater with the perfect amount of cleavage on display. "I envy your boobs." Marna snorted. Cope swiftly turned and walked away with a shake of his head. Ginger held my eyes as she crossed her arms under her chest, fluffing her boobs upward even higher. "They are rather nice," she admitted. Marna bent over at the waist and laughed now. Ginger and I cracked a smile at the same time, stepping back from each other as the tension slightly lifted. "Please come back, Cope," Marna called. He'd gone to look out a window across the room. "Let's all sit down and have tea before it gets cold." His gait was stiff as he walked to the square white table and sat. There, love." Marna patted his shoulder and placed a cup of warm tea in front of him. "You poor dear, having to hang out with the likes of us." She winked at me. He kept his eyes down. It was clear he didn't trust us not to steer the conversation into uncomfortable territory again. I picked up a book that had gotten pushed aside by the tea tray. It was a book of sign language. "Ooh," Marna said, taking a dainty sip of tea. "We're learning. You guys should learn it too. Blake and Kai came up with the idea to learn sign language for those times when they weren't sure if their fathers were within range." "That is very dangerous, but smart," Cope remarked. "Isn't it?" Ginger asked. "I can't believe those two thought of it. Marna and I made up our own general signs when we were younger, just playing around, but this will be better." "Do you think the Whisperers have picked up on sign language, though?" I asked. "Well, we obviously wouldn't use it in front of them," Ginger said. "It'd just be for when dukes are nearby, but no one can see us. Thought about making up our own, but that'd take too damn long." I nodded. "Supposedly, Kaidan's having a difficult time because he can't say swear words in every sentence," Marna said with a smile. "He's determined to find signs for cursing, or make some up himself." "Really?" I asked. "He doesn't cuss that much." In fact, I'd only heard him use a few minor words here and there. I looked up to find Marna and Ginger staring at me with disbelieving expressions. "What?" I asked. It started with small giggles, Marna trying to hide hers behind her hand. When the two of them made eye contact, the dam broke, and their laughter burst forth in a torrent. They howled, egged on by each other, stomping their pretty feet and smacking their legs. I looked at Cope, whose expression was as somber as ever while he watched them. He would not look at me. Marna shook her head, trying to explain through a bout of mirth. "I'm sorry, love. It's just that Kai has the filthiest mouth of any bloke I've ever met." Another round of sisterly cackling. I felt my skin heating. "But he never—" I let the sentence die in the midst of their laughter, shrinking inside. I didn't like the feeling that crept over me. Envy? How pitiful to be jealous that Kai hadn't cursed much in front of me, as if he could be himself with them and not me. Marna took a gasping breath and reached for my hand, working hard to control herself. "Don't be upset, please. It's just the very idea." I wanted to believe Kai's reasons were sweet and respectful, but the twins made me wonder if he'd been catering to my personality. We'd had such precious little time together, and I didn't want to think that any of it had been fake. I stared at the tea set. It had been 15 months since Kaidan and I drove cross-country together. Why was I letting this get to me now? And I wished the twins would stop sniggering already. "It just feels wrong swearing in front of you," Marna said. "Like a sweet little granny is in the room." She said it with utter innocence, but my eyes bugged. "A granny?" Ginger didn't try to hide her amusement. "Oh, come off it," Marna told her sister. "Even you hold back when Anna is around." Ginger frowned and shrugged noncommittally.
"Anna,"
Cope said, forcing me to look at him.
"Are you ready to tell them?"
God love him. The boy knew exactly what to say to kill the current conversation and pull me out of this rut. I breathed in. Time to focus. I nodded at Cope and hoped he could see the gratitude in my eyes. I let out the breath, working to tuck away all thoughts of Kai. The twins had finally stopped laughing and wore expectant looks on their faces. "Remember the nun I told you about who passed away during my trip to California?" They both nodded. "Well, her spirit came to me this summer." I don't think either of them blinked or moved as I told them about the angelic Nephilim spirit and the prophecy. After I finished, several minutes of complete silence passed. When Marna finally spoke, her voice was so small and childlike that it nearly shattered my heart. "Will they really be gone? We won't have to work anymore?" Her voice cracked, and Ginger gathered her into her arms just as Marna broke down, shoulders shaking with the force of her tears. I blinked the sting away from my own eyes. "They'll really be gone," I promised her, "and you'll both be free." "What do you need us to do?" Ginger asked in an uncanny moment of teamwork. Marna dabbed at her eyes with an ivory cloth napkin from the table. "There's no long-term plan yet," I explained. "We just need to be ready at any time to band together and fight. I have no idea how it's going to play out, but when I leave, you can't talk about this at all. You can't tell the guys. My dad's sending me places when he knows it's safe." I told them all about the trip to Syria. They were good listeners, enthralled and full of questions. The things we were doing and planning right under the Duke's noses were extraordinary and unprecedented. Neff had never banded together against them, and the possibilities were enough to give us head rushes. "We're still trying to find other Neff to be allies. I need to see Blake and Kai. I know they'll be in, but they need to hear about the prophecy." A thoughtful minute of quiet passed. My nerves felt like they were being wrung out at the thought of seeing Kai again. Ginger eyed me. "You realize he'll never let you love him, right?" She could verbally punch like no other. "I know that, yes." She crossed her arms, one shoulder cocked up, and glared at me as if I'd never truly understand Kaidan the way she did. And maybe she was right, because even though my mind knew he wouldn't let me love him, my heart continued to hope. Cope caught my eye from across the table, and we both looked away. "Let's do something fun together while Arcee Astaroth is gone." Marna grabbed my arm, redirecting my attention. "Let's get our nails done." I could never tell Veronica. She'd combust if she knew I'd cheated on her with Marna.
"You ladies should enjoy this time."
Capano sounded weary.
"I will go to the hotel."
"Aw, Cope, I'm sorry." Marna laughed. "Men get their nails buffed too, you know." He stood.
"I could use an early night to bed."
"Are you sure?" I asked. "We could do something else." I knew how he felt. Jet lag was setting in, but I was too excited to sleep yet.
"I am certain."
He headed for the door, bowing his head at us. "I'll come by to see you in the morning before you leave," Marna promised. "Text me your hotel info." His eyes looked weary when he gave a small nod and turned to go, and it made something inside me seize up with sadness. When he left, Marna sent me a meaningful look, and I nodded. We'd talk. We grabbed our purses, but Ginger still sat, staring off deep in thought. "You coming, Gin?" Marna asked. But Ginger looked at me. "You say it's safe tonight?" "Yeah." I told her about Dad's intel and how they'd let me know if danger arose. "You two go," Ginger said. "I think I'll have a night to myself." The mother bear was letting the cub out of her sight. Shocking. Marna looked completely taken aback. "If you're quite sure." Ginger nodded absently and waved us off, already falling into relaxation mode, getting up and plopping herself on the couch with a remote. Marna shrugged and linked her arm through mine, leading me out of the flat with a skip in her step. "Don't go back to the hotel tonight," Marna pleaded. "Stay here with me." "Okay," I agreed, and we chatted the whole way to the salon. After manicures, pedicures, and pub baskets of fish and chips, we started making our way through the night crowd to the hotel so I could get my stuff. I pulled my jacket closed as the fall breeze kicked up and we passed a pub playing live music. "I could totally live in England," I said. Marna took my arm again. "You would totes love it here." We walked quietly for a minute. "What do you think is going on with Kai?" I asked. She shook her head. "No idea. We were all shaken up after the summit, but him worst of all. Maybe he's going through a rebellious stage. I don't want him to do anything stupid," I whispered. "I know. He's just testing the boundaries, but I'm sure he's fine. Don't worry, 'kay?" She squeezed my arm, and I squeezed back. We retrieved my bag from the hotel and took the tube back to Marna's place. "What's it been like to travel with Cope?" she asked as we ascended from the tube at her stop. "It's been great. He's actually talked to me some. He was awesome in Syria. You should have seen him." We sidestepped around a street violinist. He wound a string of sad, whimsical notes through the air, and I tossed a few bills in his open case. "He likes you, you know," Marna said. For one confused second, I imagined she was talking about the violinist. When I realized she meant Cope, my heart sank. "We're friends. That's all I want." "Okay," she said quietly. "I understand." But I felt the need to explain. "Sometimes I forget how he is," I said, "and I touch him like I do with Jay or Blake, but it's weird. He gets all tense and then I feel bad. Does that ever happen to you?" She grinned at me. "No, but that's because he doesn't fancy me. I imagine he's got a bit of pent-up sexual aggression that he'd just love to—" "Marna," I squealed, bumping her hip with mine. Okay, I'll stop." When we got back to her flat, Ginger was in her room, talking animatedly. Marna mouthed "Blake" to me, and Ginger must have heard us come in because she got really quiet. Marna and I stayed up talking late into the night. In a moment of seriousness, she brought up Jay. "I owe you an apology for that night, New Year's Eve. It was convenient to work on Jay when the Whisperers showed, but you should know it was more than that." Marna picked at the covers. "He was so sweet to me, so real, and so cute. I wanted to kiss him. Honestly, he's the only boy I've ever fancied like that." "It's okay," I told her. I'd long since let go of any ill feelings about that night, and I'd always wondered what she really thought of him. I told her everything, about how Jay and Veronica had eventually reconciled and become a couple, and how I didn't know if they'd be able to make it through the college transition. Veronica seemed bored and unhappy these days. Marna listened, shifting to sit behind me and play with my hair while I talked. When I finished, she lay her head on my shoulder and sighed. "No offense to your friend, Anna, but human girls always take love for granted. They want things to be wild and carefree all the time, and when it gets too comfortable or requires a little work, they just toss it off. I'd give anything to be loved by a guy like Jay, but I suppose the grass is always greener on the other side, right?" Marna kissed my cheek, and I told her good night. After she turned off the light and we snuggled into her downy bed, I felt something cool on my shoulder. I reached up and was surprised to find a damp spot on my t-shirt. Remembering how she'd rested her head there, it now made sense. Marna's tears. She just wanted a chance at love. We all did. Love was the essence of being alive. But we'd never have a chance to work through those phases of a relationship and find ourselves in that comfort zone with someone. We'd never know for certain whether or not we'd take it for granted. I curled up on my side, lacing my fingers together and pressing them to my forehead. "Use me to make it happen. I beg, let it be soon, and let us have a chance to live." Winter. Senior year. Chapter 9. Land Down Under. Dad contacted me 3 days before Christmas. I'd been beginning to wonder if there were any more Neff out there who could be allies. He forwarded my travel itinerary for the following day, with a message saying he'd meet to debrief Cope and me on our second layover, which would be in New Zealand. I stared at the itinerary for a long time. We were going to Australia. Dad warned me that it was summertime there, so I'd be sure to leave behind the sweaters and jackets I'd been donning. I saw our first short layover was in Los Angeles, which pinched at my heart. I'd be so close to Kai, and he wouldn't even know it. Out of sheer concern, I'd told my dad what I'd learned from the twins about Kai not working. He gruffly replied that he couldn't get involved, but promised to let me know if he heard anything. Dad said LA had a constant high volume of whisperers prowling, so we'd have to get the timing just right before he'd send me there. Trying to be patient sucked. Time just kept taunting me, and now the holidays were here. We'd be gone over Christmas. I'd never been away from Patty on the holiday. I hated to leave her alone, especially in our apartment, which looked so dreary without the annual decorations, but we couldn't be caught celebrating. Before she took me to the airport, I slipped a gift onto her bed when she wasn't looking, an angel necklace with a list of 100 things I loved about her. Some of the stuff was silly, little memories and inside jokes only she would get, but I knew she'd read it over and over while I was gone. Cope flew down, just like last time, and met me at the Atlanta airport. He was more subdued than normal on the first leg of our flight. Maybe because the last time we'd seen each other, I'd revealed an awful lot about myself and my feelings for Kai to him and the twins. I didn't mind the quiet, though, and I was glad the truth was out there. When we changed planes in L.A., there was blessed little time to contemplate how near I was to Kaidan. Cope kept sending me furtive glances, but I was too lost in thought to talk. I'd been on an adventure across the world, and Kaidan had no idea. For so long, I'd been in a holding pattern, refusing to move on, and recently, I'd been shoved forward without him. With each new event and journey, I felt farther from him. I stared out the airplane window and sent a silent greeting over the dry hills before our very long flight across the ocean. Jet lag set in as we arrived in New Zealand. My internal clock was thoroughly confused. Thankfully, enthusiasm for the trip overrode it. Cope and I waited at a corner table in the airport restaurant where Dad said he'd meet us. We hadn't been waiting long before he came clanking up. I wasn't sure how he got past the metal detectors with those giant steel-toed boots. I stood and hugged him around his thick waist.
"Trip okay so far?"
he asked. "Great," I told him. The three of us huddled over the table when he took out the manila envelope. He wasted no time.
"This is the son of Maman, Duke of Greed. Name's Flynn Fraser, 26 years old."
He pulled out a picture of a youthful man with bright red hair, cut short, and a slightly crooked nose. I easily recognized him as the bouncer from the awful summit in New York City. Flynn had a wide mouth and an infectious grin. He appeared to be in a gym, standing next to a punching bag with some other guys. He wore shiny red shorts and a sleeveless white t-shirt. He was short in stature compared to the other guys, but he had a wiry, muscled build that boasted of strength. One of his teeth was an obvious shade whiter than the others. "Does he have a fake tooth?" I asked.
"Probably,"
my father answered.
"He's an MMA fighter, mixed martial arts. He's the current welterweight champion in Australia. Never lost a fight. You'll get to see for yourself while you're there."
I chewed my lip. Fighting, even for sport, made me a little nervous. "What's welterweight?" I handed the picture across the table to Cope.
"The weight class between lightweight and middleweight, around 170 pounds. His sin manifests itself differently than you might think. His father's a dragon when it comes to hoarding gold and jewels, but this kid doesn't seem to care about those types of acquisitions. He's greedy for attention and status, especially when it comes to his rank and reputation, whether it's a win in the ring or building a rep with the ladies." "I think I know of him," Cope said. "Was he the boy forced to entertain the Dukes with a fight?" Yep, that's our guy. Here's the story. The only time Flynn's sin raises its head is when he does something competitive. His greed takes over, sort of like it's his win, and he has to have it. His father is a big boxing fan and wanted Flynn to try his hand at fighting when he was just 14. He learned quick, and Maman bragged about him to all the dukes. When Flynn was 19, Shax, Duke of Theft, bet Maman that Flynn couldn't beat his son Eric. Eric was a 21-year-old boxer in Atlantic City at the time.
He paused, sitting back and crossing his arms. I got a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach.
It had been a long time since anything brutal happened to a Neff at the hands of the dukes. Stuff like that used to happen all the time, before the number of kids went down so drastically. Anyway, the annual summit was held in Australia that year, and they brought both boys to fight. Eric held his own for a long time, but once Flynn finally got the upper hand, he couldn't stop himself.
He killed him, I whispered. Dad raised his chin in confirmation.
Last week was the anniversary of Eric's death. I had a tale on Flynn, and he drove out to the rock quarry where they made him dump the body all those years ago.
He pulled a second picture from the envelope. Flynn sat near the edge of the quarry, seeming unconcerned by its steep, devastating drop of several hundred feet to the water below. His legs splayed open in front of him, and he cradled his face in his hands. The display of grief and remorse made me pull back from the picture, ill.
He's a little rough around the edges, Anna, but don't be too scared of him. He should come around easier than the daughter of Senelian.
I sure hoped so. How is Z? I asked. Have any of your whisperers checked on her?
She's hanging in there.
Cope and I looked at each other. I wished all this planning didn't have to take so long. Dad handed us tickets to Flynn's fight, 2 backstage passes, our hotel information, and Flynn's home address before kissing my forehead goodbye. The last leg of the flight was uneventful, except for one tiny skirmish. Cope and I were delirious with sleepiness. I tried to get him to take a drink of my latte, wanting to see him bounce off the cabin walls from a dose of caffeine. He batted away my lame attempts to bring my cup to his mouth, laughing. Then he very uncharacteristically poked my waist, and I squeaked. The older gentleman in the row next to us stared with disapproval, and I backed away.
Let us compromise, Cope said. You take a drink of my green tea, and I will have a drink of your sugared mud.
Deal. We switched drinks, and I almost gagged at the bitter natural flavor. His nose crinkled in return. There's no sugar in this, I declared, just as he said, That is too sweet. After a bit more laughing, I settled down and tried to focus on my homework. It took a while, but I finished it, then slept until we began descending. I was glad to see the city of Melbourne through the window when I awoke, a cluster of high-rises along the iridescent ocean. The water sparkled and winked up at us as we came in for landing. The Australian summer was a welcome change from the chilliness I'd left behind in Georgia. At our snazzy hotel, the people were friendly, refusing tips. I smiled like an idiot at their awesome accents, although I guess technically I was the one with the accent. When I checked in at the front desk, I was handed a small sealed box. This was delivered for you, miss. I thanked the concierge and tucked it into my pocket. Cope and I rode the mirrored elevator to the 5th floor. We gave our spare room keys to each other in case of an emergency. After agreeing on a time to meet, we went our separate ways. The first thing I noticed inside my room were the chocolates on the pillows of the enormous king-size bed. Yes! I threw myself on top of the oversized downiness and ate the chocolates, one right after the other. Then I sat up, cross-legged, and opened the box that had been left for me. Inside was a small black dagger and sheath. I grinned. Thanks, Dad. I was tired, but full of adrenaline, so I decided to explore the room. I opened the giant wooden bureau and found a television. The next cabinet hid a mini-fridge. I squatted and opened it, expecting to find it empty. But it wasn't. It was full of alcohol. My heart banged, and my hands got clammy. No harm in looking. I sat down, removing a mini bottle of tequila and cradling it in my palm. It's funny how the body reacts similarly to different types of longings, be it a craving for substances or a case of lust. Blood and breath quickening, skin heating, palms dampening. With slow deliberation, I placed the golden liquor back in its spot, loving the sound of the bottles clinking together. A soft knock sounded from the other side of the wall, and I jumped, slamming the fridge closed. I moved my hearing outward through the wall and whispered, "Cope?"
"Anna, are you behaving?"
His voice had a teasing tone. He'd heard the bottles. Geez, did other Neff ever take a break from listening? I stammered. "Just looking, Mr. Parole Officer." He chuckled. I wouldn't have drank anything, but I'd certainly been entertaining the daydream. "I'm gonna take a shower now." When I saw the giant sunken tub with fancy bottles of soaps, I decided on a bubble bath instead. While I lay in the foamy hot water, I found myself humming the chorus to Lascivious's new song. That would not do. So I changed it to the next thing that came to mind, a poppy little tune that Jay always blasted for us girls in his car. Then a horrifying thought stopped me. Was Cope listening to me splash around in the bathtub, singing? He wouldn't do that, would he? The very idea made me all tingly and paranoid. I slunk down a little farther into the bubbles and shut my mouth. Once I was good and wrinkly, I wrapped myself in the hotel's plush robe. Dad had suggested we dress nicely for the arena. It was a Christmas Eve fight. I'd brought a flowing black knee-length skirt made of stretchy material and a fitted maroon blouse. Bad outfit choice. Where was I supposed to put the hilt? The dagger was already strapped to my inner thigh. I couldn't wear the hilt on my ankle, and it bulged under the fabric of my skirt when I tried to put it at my waist. Cope would have to hold it for me. I sent my hearing into his room. "Hey, Cope?" No answer. My hearing nudged around his room until it found muffled music, like a radio that had been overturned. I homed my hearing on the music and could barely make out that it was classical, instrumental. My heart sped up as I called his name again. Still no answer. I couldn't imagine that he'd fallen asleep. He would have told me if he was going somewhere. I listened in his bathroom and also down the hall to the ice machine. Nothing. Picking up both our room keys, I hurried the short distance down the hall and knocked lightly on his door. Still nothing. I gripped the hilt in its leather case in one hand, and with the other hand, I swiped the room key and quietly pushed the door open. Taking a timid step inside the dim room, I propped the door open with my foot. What I saw on the floor in front of the bed made me flush with prickly heat. Cope was fine. He was meditating. He wore earbuds blaring classical music. I should have left right then, but I was struck still by the sight of him in such a private moment. He was down on his knees, sitting back on his heels, head bowed in reverence. He wore navy running pants, but no socks and no shirt. The triceps in his arms bulged, and his rounded back was a brown mass of muscle. The thing that made it hard for me to breathe was the way he completely submitted himself as a humble offering on the floor like that. To see a big, strong man down on his knees, devoid of selfish pride, meditating with his whole being was enough to make a woman weep with admiration. I'd been staring far too long. When I took a step backward, his head whipped up and our eyes collided. He tore the earbuds out with a startled expression in his light eyes. I was so busted. "Sorry," I said. I ducked away and shut the door, drawing jagged breaths. Behind me, I heard Cope open his door and rush out. When I turned, my eyes must have bugged at the sight of his body, because he took one glance down at his bare chest and bolted into the room to put on a shirt. I waited, heart pounding with foolish embarrassment, until he returned to the hall.
"Is anything the matter?"
he asked. "No, I'm so sorry. I thought something might have happened when you didn't answer me." He relaxed.
"I should have warned you. It's the only time I block my hearing. I did not mean to frighten you.
It's okay, I whispered. Do you, think you could come in for just a minute when you have time? I want to ask you something. I held up the hilt to show him what it was about.
I will join you now.
He followed me into my room. We sat in 2 armchairs facing each other across a small desk. I took a deep breath and willed my heart rate to slow as visions of half-naked Capano danced in my head. I didn't like him like that, but it was hard not to be affected by such a sight. Okay, he's waiting for you to say something, Anna. Get it together. I cleared my throat. Do you mind holding the hilt for me today? I won't be able to in this outfit. He answered without hesitation.
I would be honored to carry it.
Thanks. And there's something else I was wondering. It's kind of strange. Would you mind taking out the hilt and holding it? I handed him the hilt in its case. He glanced at me with curiosity, but trusted me without question, opening the pouch and taking out the hilt. He held it in his gentle hands, lifting to inspect it with awe. Do you feel anything? I asked. His expression was quizzical when he asked.
In what way?
Physically. Does it kind of zap your skin? His brow furrowed.
No.
Oh. I sagged a little. I thought you might be able to wield it too.
Anna.
He eased the hilt back into its carrier.
I had many years of indulgence before my life was changed.
It was hard to imagine Cope as anything less than completely controlled. I guess I knew that, I said, but I thought since you'd been, redeemed and all. He gave me a small smile and stood, sliding the hilt into his pocket.
Perhaps the sword of righteousness is not as forgiving as its creator.
I followed him to the door until he turned abruptly, and I halted just before crashing into him.
Anna.
His eyes looked a little wild. I took a small step back. Yeah? I asked. He never took his eyes from me.
Do you still speak with Kaidan?
I dropped my eyes and shook my head, frazzled by the question. He won't talk to me.
But you still love him.
I swallowed hard and nodded, meeting his solemn eyes again. He was quiet for a long pause before he said,
I'm going to take a walk, but I have my phone. I will see you at 12:30.
He closed the door behind him, and I leaned my forehead against it for a while, wondering why things had to be so complicated. A check of the clock showed I still had half an hour. I walked to the window and opened the curtains. Melbourne was beautiful. It was strange to see Christmas decorations lining the streets on a sunny summer day. After a few minutes, my eyes landed on a familiar face among the people walking. Cope. Sweet Cope. I wanted him to be happy. He pulled out his cell phone, and unease curled inside me. I wondered who he was calling. He glanced up toward my window, and I quickly backed away to stay hidden. Then, in a moment of nosiness and paranoia, I pushed my hearing and sight through the glass, down to where Cope had stopped in a small pavilion. I could make out the crackle and ring through the receiver, and Capano's features, the worried pinch of his full lips. And then a male voice with an English accent answered, and I froze. Why was he calling Kaidan?
Brother Kaidan.
Cope greeted.
Cope.
He sounded slightly edgy, worried.
Is everyone all right? Yes, everyone is fine. Then to what do I owe this pleasure?
Kai's tone changed to something firmer, rougher, lined with sarcasm. Capano was quiet, and his eyebrows went together, as if he was regretting his decision to call. I had no idea what was going on, but I didn't like it.
Anna says you will not speak with her.
I stopped breathing.
What is your point?
Kai asked.
My point.
Cope paced a few steps and then stopped, putting his palm to his forehead.
She still cares for you. I wish to know how you feel for her. That's none of your concern.
I took a jaggedy breath in. This could not be happening.
I am concerned because she hurts. If you care, you should let her know. And if you do not care, You should release her, so you can have a go at her. I will not pursue her if you do not wish me to, but you must tell me. It's not my permission you need, Cope. Talk to our father. Please, Kaidan. I do not wish to quarrel. Of course you don't. Tell me, does she know about you yet?
Know what about him? Cope went very still.
No,
he whispered in a low rumble.
Be careful,
Kaidan warned. No hint of humor.
I am ever aware, brother, and now I need your honesty. What are your feelings for her?
My body was motionless, but for the bulging heartbeat in my throat. Tell him I'm not available. Tell him you still care, that I'm yours. Kaidan's angry chuckle, a breathy cold sound, gave me goosebumps, and then he finally answered.
I've made it clear to her there's no future for us, mate, so have at it. Best of luck to you.
And with those last stony words, my stomach turned, and Kaidan hung up. Cope sighed and dropped his head. I slid to the floor in shock. No. I wanted to scream and punch and kick and shatter things. He didn't mean it. He couldn't. Right? In 15 minutes, I was supposed to leave with Cope to meet Flynn, but my mind was an absolute mess. I took deep breaths. I could not think about this, about the sound of Kaidan's cold voice, and no, it was too much. I had to clear my mind and concentrate on my task. The drama of my personal life would have to wait until I had time for an emotional breakdown, because that's exactly what I was in for when this mission was complete. Chapter 10. The Ghost. Cope and I silently climbed the stairs inside the arena. Our seats were halfway up the stadium, far enough back so Flynn wouldn't spot us. The first fight had already taken place, and the second was underway. Fans were rowdy as we passed. I was thankful for all the distractions, giving me excuses not to make eye contact with Cope. Energy surged through the air during intermission as the crowd geared up for the championship fight. Everyone was buzzing about the ghost, Flynn Fraser. The ghost? I whispered to Cope, not able to look at him yet.
He moves so quickly, his opponents never see him coming,
he explained. I sat back and watched, finding the emotional climate of the room very interesting. I suppose I'd been expecting a lot of bloodthirsty negative energy at a fight, but I was way off. It was a happy crowd. Sure, there were some dark auras among the bright oranges, but the overall vibe was one of respectful excitement. Out of habit, I kept my eyes peeled for demon spirits. The lights dimmed, and music began to blare from the overhead speakers. A thumping tribal beat mixed with hard rock guitar chords. I stood up with everyone else, eager to get a look at Flynn. His opponent came out first, wearing blue, bouncing on his heels and pumping a fist in the air. He bounced his way to the caged octagon, where he climbed in and did a series of air punches, before making his way to the side where a man waited with a towel around his neck. The crowd booed. No love for Blue. A hush fell, and the music seemed to get louder. When Flynn slowly stalked his way into the arena, wearing all red, with his eyes ablaze, the place erupted. I found myself clapping and leaning forward to get a better view. Nervousness clawed at me as I watched the ghost take his time getting to the octagon, his crazed eyes on his opponent, and an eerie smile on his wide lips. As far as scary taunts went, I'd say his was way up there. Gone was any sign of the big smile from his pictures. The announcer came to the middle of the octagon and presented the first fighter, whose name I didn't even catch. But when he announced Flynn the Ghost Fraser, I added my voice to the sea of cheers. Everyone stayed on their feet when the match began. Flynn had a natural charisma. He paced around his opponent like a sleek red panther on a hunt, while the guy in blue bounced and hopped from side to side like a rabbit. Flynn's opponent didn't seem scared, but anyone could see that he should be. I was scared for him. Flynn toyed with his prey, allowing the guy to make a few shots, but it was obvious, even to me, who knew nothing about the sport, that the ghost was biding his time. Otherwise, the show would end too quickly. They parried for the duration of the first round, minor hits and blocks made. By the middle of round 2, the crowd was growing restless, hollering jeers, wanting action. Flynn was not one to disappoint. Like a whirlwind, he spun and kicked out his opponent's feet, then slammed him to the mat, bringing forth a roar from the crowd. At one point, the other guy gave a surprise knee to Flynn's side. Flynn, now ticked off, swiftly flipped the other fighter over his shoulder, landed on top of him with an elbow to the sternum, and began to pummel his face. As the crowd worked into a frenzy, cheering him on for the knockout, I felt my anxiety rise. Flynn didn't appear ready to stop any time soon. The greed was kicking in. Get your win and get out of there, Flynn. When his opponent's face oozed a substantial amount of blood, the ref finally pulled Flynn off, and I breathed again. Cope and I looked at each other at the same time. This match was over. Time to go. By the time we made it to the doors and showed our backstage passes, Flynn was being announced as the winner and still undefeated champion of his weight class. We rounded the corner and looked back. Nobody else was in the hall, so we slipped through the door with Flynn's name on front. We surveyed the space inside, a combination between a locker room and dressing room. 2 wooden benches sat parallel in the middle. A sudden flashback of Zinnia with a knife at my throat brought on a sick wave. How would Flynn react to the surprise arrival of 2 Neff? His hands and feet were weapons. And why didn't Cope ever seem nervous? He eyed me as I gnawed my thumbnail. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I yanked it out. A text from Dad. "Get hidden. Now!" I almost dropped the thing like a hot coal. Who was coming? How close were they? Should we try to leave the building or just hide? I showed the text to Cope. We both spun, searching the room, seeing the closet door at the same time, and immediately moving toward it. We pushed our way into the small cleaning closet that smelled of sweat and bleach. It was pitch dark and cramped as I pulled the knob behind me. When I turned around to face the closed door, I must have nudged a bucket, because there was a clanking sound of a mop hitting the wall, and my heart hammered. Cope stood right behind me, and I could feel his fast heartbeat against my shoulder. There was no crack in the doorframe to peek through. We'd have to rely on listening. I imagined the hallway we'd come down from the arena. I flexed my hearing that way until I found a group congratulating Flynn. Nothing sounded out of the ordinary. A short time passed before Flynn told everyone that he needed to hit the shower. We were both utterly still, listening while Flynn came into the room. His bare feet slapped against the floor tiles as he moved to the corner for a shower. He cleaned up incredibly fast. Then there were sounds of clothing rustling as he got dressed. I was beginning to think this was all a false alarm, until the pungent stink of cigar wafted underneath the closet door. "Father!" Flynn exclaimed. My heart sank. A freaking Duke was right on the other side of the door. I started to sweat. How had this happened? Thank God Duke Mammon wouldn't be able to sense me like Farzoof with his annoying virginity-sniffing nose. "I wasn't expecting you," Flynn said. "You missed a bloody awesome fight. It went off." He recalled the best of the gory details to his appreciative father. I heard a hoarse laugh. "I was listening as I drove up, but it's just not the same. The car show was a snore. I've already owned half the ones they showed at some point or another, and you've never seen such fugly gold-digging women in your life. You know I can enjoy a greedy woman with the best of 'em, but only if she's a looker, eh?" Flynn laughed, a jovial burst that would have matched the smile from his pictures, and his father joined in. I didn't like how chummy they seemed to be. "Let me take you out for lunch and drinks this arvo, my boy. Grab a few of your mates. Nothing like a pack of young hooligans to stir up the females." They joked a bit more, while Flynn got his things together, and they exited the room. I extended my hearing to listen as the friends were invited and rounded up. Then as they got in the car, hollering over one another, closing doors, and driving away. Cope and I stood frozen, waiting for them to drive at least 5 miles out of the Duke's hearing range. I flopped my head back on Cope's chest, and allowed my heart rate to decelerate. That had been close. Too close. How had Dad known? If one of his whisperers had caught sight of Maman coming, wouldn't the whisperer have warned me directly, instead of going back to Dad first? Or was Dad here in Australia right now, too? Well, I guessed it didn't matter. Crisis averted. I'd figure out those details later. Now we just had to sneak out of this place without drawing any attention. What is that smell? My rambling thoughts were interrupted by the aroma of a rich, caramelly sweetness in the air that weakened my bones. I recognized that smell. It was the same one I'd sensed when Cope had tackled me to the ground the day we met. My body tensed with awareness. I became conscious of his broad chest and abs against my back, and his warm breath brushing my ear and face. He smelled and felt so good. I was shocked into inaction. Open the door and step away from him, Anna. Pretend you didn't notice. He didn't know my olfactory sense always got away from me when my emotions ran high, allowing me to smell lustful pheromones. But then, Cope's conversation with Kai came back to me, and a sudden torrent of emotions racked my system. I hated the horrible feeling that I was holding on to something I never really had to begin with. He'll never let you love him. Hurt coursed through my system. I wanted to let go of it all. A sudden blast of angry rebellion pounded inside me. With my body still touching Cope's, I slowly turned my head and tilted it up toward him. We stayed like that for a moment, faces close in the darkness, very still. "Hey," I whispered. He did not answer. Instead, another blast of intoxicating richness filled the space, prompting my body to turn and face him. Urged on by adrenaline and a speeding pulse, I reached up and ran my fingers along the back of his neck. I couldn't believe I was doing this, but a shadow of darkness was expanding inside me. Capano's whole body was still, like a rock. Too much tumbled through my mind, emotions pinging off my heart and sloshing through my stomach. Wants, needs, confusions, affections, heartaches. They all ran together like colliding trains, wrecking me, or making me reckless. I half expected him to stop me, to turn his head away as he'd done to the flight attendant, or reach around and fling open the door. But he didn't. So I gently tugged his neck. Like an exploding rocket, Cope was crushing his full lips against mine and pressing my back hard against the closed door. A stunned breath escaped my mouth before I responded, fingers feeling his thick hair, marveling at his body against mine. I let myself get lost in the moment. It felt so good to be kissed, really kissed, by someone who wasn't holding back an ounce of passion, someone who was letting go just as much as me. I didn't stop him when he grabbed my leg, hiking it around his hip. His smooth hand pushed up my skirt and roamed the back of my thigh. Whoa. 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 I pulled my face away from him as the weight of our predicament came crashing down. Cope? My breaths were fast and raspy. With a firm grip on my neck, he brought my face back to his for another kiss, then grabbed my other leg and lifted me clear off the ground, holding me up with both hands. Wow. Wait, I said, discombobulated. He broke away from my mouth, only to devour the length of my neck with his hot, soft lips. I let out a small moan. His hands and mouth were wild on me, and it was so un-Capano-ish. Hold on, Cope. I tried to push him, but he was working the path of my collarbone, and he was so strong. I shoved again, but he was like a giant boulder in motion. Cope, stop! I shouted, and pushed away hard with my arms, squirming until he dropped me and jumped away, panting. My back was already against the door, so my feet caught underneath me and I didn't fall. Mops and brooms clattered. I tried to use my night vision, but there was barely any light coming from under the door, so I couldn't see his expression. Anna. His voice was stricken. You didn't do anything wrong. My heart still pounded too hard. Forgive me, Anna. Please. I instinctively reached for his hands, my heart breaking as regret flooded through me. "There's nothing to forgive, Cope. I started it. Please don't feel bad." But he still hung his head.
"I wanted this for so long, and I knew I would not be in control of myself."
I didn't quite understand why the king of self-control would be worried about losing control from a kiss, but he had. Something else was going on here. "You know you can tell me anything, right, Cope?"
"It's too shameful,"
he whispered. "No." I rubbed my thumbs across his.
Anna, wrath is not the only sin that plagues me. It's not even my primary sin."
What? My hand stilled. He had more than one vice? How was that possible? Things began clicking into place, like the way he reacted every time a woman flirted or touched him, with the exception of Marna, who was like a sister. He'd always been so careful not to make contact or even look if he could avoid it. Lust and wrath, a dangerous combination. As much as I wanted to comfort him, I didn't dare hug him. Instead, I held his hands tighter. "Who else knows?" I asked.
"My father, and 2 blood brothers, and Kaidan."
"Oh."
"He is very observant. He asked me the second day we met. He was young at the time, but somehow he knew."
I swallowed hard. "I promise not to tell anyone, Cope. Let's just go back to the hotel and try to figure out all this stuff about Flynn, okay?"
"Yes, okay."
I did a quick check to make sure my skirt was adjusted properly before opening the closet door. We didn't so much as glance in the other's direction the entire walk back to our hotel. Clearly, this was going to be more than just a minor hurdle for us to get past. As we went in silence to our own rooms, it became clear that I had ruined any friendship we'd built. So much for trying to figure things out about Flynn. We couldn't even bring ourselves to talk. I let myself into my room and went straight to the bed, falling face down. What had I done? Lying there, I replayed the entire scene, starting with the surprise of passion we'd unleashed. In that moment, when I'd shut off all thought, the physical intimacy had been more than welcome, and yet there had been something missing. It was nothing physical because Cope was the total package, and the boy could definitely kiss. But there'd been no spark in my heart to ignite me. No fluttery feeling of triumph had bloomed in my belly. Only one person had ever made me feel that way. I reached up and touched the necklace Kai had given me. A sick sensation filled my stomach. This was not fair to Cope. I saw now that love could not be stopped, forgotten, or transferred, no matter what schemes the mind and body devised. I rolled over and climbed down from the bed, thinking a shower might help. When I closed the bathroom door and caught sight of myself in the mirror, my eye was drawn to 2 spots on my neck. I leaned toward the mirror and gasped. Hickeys! This had to be some cosmic joke. Had Cope seen them when we were walking back? No way. He hadn't even blinked in my direction. Cope would die if he saw them. I squatted down, feeling dizzy. Guilt surged up at the thought of Kai finding out. But why should I feel guilty? Kai had given Cope the green light. Regardless, he would never find out about this kiss because I wasn't telling a soul, and I knew Cope wouldn't either. A knock at the door had me forgetting everything and jumping to my feet with my heart in my throat. Had Maman or Flynn found me? No way. Maybe Cope wanted to talk. I sent out my hearing, but the visitor was silent. I slipped out of the bathroom and tiptoed to the door to look through the peephole. It wasn't any of them. It was Dad. I flung the door open, and he pressed a finger to his lips, shaking his head to ward off any greeting. When he turned to face me, darned if his eyes didn't go straight to my neck, which I'd stupidly forgotten about in my astonishment at seeing him. Oh, holy mortification. I slid a hand over the marks and felt myself turning beet red as he glared at me. His eyebrows tightened. I imagined him yelling inside his own head.
"I thought I'd chosen to send you off with the safer of the 2 boys."
Yeah, well, little did he know that he'd sent me packing with a lust neff after all. I sure wasn't going to tell him. I sat on the bed, pulling my knees up. I rested my chin on my forearms, hiding my neck. Dad scribbled a message on the notepad from the desk in the corner. He tore it off and flung it on the bed.
Azael couldn't come. Had to do rounds. I'm going to surprise Maman and get him out of town for the night so you can meet with his kid. He'll think I'm here to track down a rogue dealer who fled the U.S.
I reached out a hand for the notepad and pen, which he handed over, frowning again at my revealed neck. Thanks for the heads up. Let me know when it's safe for us to go to Flynn. He took the note, read it, and nodded. I lay my head on my arms, sighing. Dad sat down next to me and rubbed my back for a second. When I leaned toward him, he put his arm around me. For a demon, he was pretty sweet. I guess he had been an angel at one time, after all. I considered asking him about Neff having double sins, but decided now was not a good time. We stayed like that for a few minutes, until he patted my arm and stood. He scribbled something and tossed it at me.
No sex before marriage.
Oh, ha ha. I crumpled the note and threw it at his chest before burying my face in my knees. He chuckled and went in the bathroom, flushing the papers. I waved him off as he left, then sent Cope a cryptic text message about going out tonight for round 2. As soon as I sent it, I blushed from head to toe. I meant round 2 of talking with Flynn, but surely Cope knew that. I flopped over onto the bed, depleted of energy. I should have tried to nap, but there was no way that would happen with my brain in a tangle. I showered and then watched television, waiting to get the go from Dad. Hopefully this break could clear away the weirdness between Cope and me so we wouldn't be distracted when we spoke with Flynn. 3 hours after my father left, I received a text.
Good to go till tomorrow.
I let out an obnoxiously loud sigh. Hey, Cope. I called to him through the wall, knowing he'd be listening for me. Time to go. I'll be over soon. I got up to get ready. It was a good thing I healed fast, because the 2 spots on my neck were barely visible now, and after applying some makeup, they didn't show at all. Now I had to face Cope, my friend, who I kissed today. He opened the door to his room before I had a chance to knock. We looked at each other for a long moment before he turned away, stepping into the hall and closing the door behind him. We walked in silence down the corridor on the squishy paisley carpets. I figured we could just get a cab, I told him as we approached the elevator. He nodded. Earlier in the day, I'd mentioned taking one of the cool trains, trams, or buses, but the fun touristy mood was now gone. When we got on the elevator, he practically crammed himself into the corner farthest away from me. There was really nowhere to look except down, because the walls and doors were all mirrors. We accidentally made brief eye contact once in the panel's reflection. The tension was as palpable as the silence. We sped through the hotel until we were outside around other people, breathing fresh air, with plenty of city scenery to keep our eyes busy. This was ridiculous. I lifted a hand to hail a cab, wondering just how awkward sharing the backseat of a taxi would be. Heaven help us if we touched by mistake. Cope turned to me.
Wait,
he said on a burst of breath. I dropped my hand and looked into his sad eyes.
Anna, may we speak first?
I agreed, relieved. Yeah, that would be good. Let's just... I motioned toward a bench. It wasn't private, but I doubted anyone in the fast-moving city would care to listen to our hushed conversation. The noises of Melbourne made it necessary for us to sit close, my head upturned and his inclined down toward me. A loud group of people passed us with jingle bells on them, laughing and pushing one another. Cope glanced their way. Are we still friends? I asked him.
I will always be your friend, Anna. I would be more if you would have me.
My chest clenched, and I chewed my lip as I grasped for how to address this. I opened my mouth and snapped it shut again, at an awful loss for words. Somehow, in that silence, Cope must have understood.
Your heart will always be with Kaidan.
We looked at each other, and I gave him a single nod. Cope watched me with a tightness to his face.
Kaidan envies the choices I have made. He believes it's impossible to stand up to our fathers, so when he looks upon me and what I have done, it makes him feel like a coward. But this is not a fair comparison. My actions were not brave. In my heart, I knew Alistair would not kill me. So in many ways, Kaidan is the strong one. When it comes to you, he is the stronger man.
What do you mean? Cope leaned closer, and I caught my breath at the full intensity of his light eyes.
If you wanted me, Anna, I would not deny you. I would put us both at great risk, but I would have a life with you. That is my own selfishness. Kaidan will not endanger you in such a way.
A red tram passed, ringing its bell, and caused me to break away from Cope's powerful stare. I could no longer pretend that Kaidan felt the same for me as I did for him. I heard you talking to him on the phone today. Capano's eyes widened in surprise, and then dropped in embarrassment.
I did not think you would listen. I overstepped myself. It was clear he still cares.
Did you hear the same words I did? I asked, because he totally gave me up. Cope shook his head.
No, he was angry. He said what he felt he had to say, but he did not mean it. That much I could tell. I had no intention of pursuing you after speaking to him.
Another lash of guilt whipped inside me as he continued.
I thought perhaps his feelings might have changed, but I was wrong. Kaidan has been torn. In the end, his choice to keep you safe was the right one. He is not the only one with jealousies. I have hoped perhaps one day you would look at me as I saw you look upon him. It's a cruel irony.
I bit my lip, a knot of emotion keeping me from meeting his eyes. I wasn't as sure as Cope about how Kai felt, but I hated that it had to be this way. All three of us unhappy, unfulfilled.
You may not know of this story, Anna, but it's famous among our kind. Long ago, I had a sister who fell in love with another Nephilim.
He stared out at the busy street and thought, his eyes skimming the lines of Christmas lights.
They were murdered in front of everyone as a reminder that we are meant only to work, not to love.
The features of Cope's strong profile were set with heartache for the sibling he never knew.
It was centuries ago, he continued, but I believe my father still mourns her.
Was he the one who killed her?
No. The Dukes forced a brother Neff to take their lives.
I shuddered at the thought.
I tell you this, not so you will fear love, but so you can understand why many Neff do.
We were quiet, and I didn't know what to say. Cope cleared his throat and stood.
We will find Flynn now. Come.
I followed him, feeling gutted. Flynn lived in a shiny glass apartment tower on the water in Melbourne. The building looked like hundreds of mirrors reflecting the bright blue sky. He lived at the top of the high-rise. Cope and I stepped off the elevator and looked down the hall at Flynn's door. We'd been silent. Nodding to each other, we sent our hearing into the apartment. With a quiet gasp, I yanked my auditory sense back to normal. Flynn was busy with company at the moment. Very busy. Cope made a low sound and closed his eyes, shaking his head as if to clear away the sounds he'd heard. My face heated, and I shifted from foot to foot, fighting back the nervous smile that always wanted to surface at inappropriate times. I found a small sitting area around the corner, with glass walls overlooking the city. We sat, taking in the view. When my stupid urge to smile finally settled, I braved another look at Cope and pointed to myself, using my new limited sign language skills to tell him I'd listen. Given the new information about his inclination for lust, it was only fair. I quickly looked away, embarrassed by the crassness of the situation. I wasn't going to listen the whole time. I'd just pop in for a quick check. 10 minutes passed. Still busy. Half an hour passed. Busy. 45 minutes passed. I shook my head to let Cope know they were still at it. He fidgeted and paced, out of his normal calm comfort zone. An hour and 10 minutes passed, and I took a turn at stretching my legs. I was getting hungry. I thought we'd be through with our talk by this time. We could interrupt Flynn, but I didn't want him to freak out in front of somebody. We needed his guest to leave so we could talk alone. At the 1.5-hour mark, Cope checked his watch and looked at me. I sent my hearing into the room. Oh, they weren't in the bedroom anymore. Finally. I wiggled my hearing around until it hit the sound of running water. A shower. This was a good sign. But wait. Nope. I shook my head, eyes wide. Was this normal? Cope did something uncharacteristic then. He grinned, giving a little huff through his nose. This elicited a small giggle from me, and I pressed both hands over my mouth. It was too late, though. At this point, I wouldn't be able to stop myself. I could feel the crazy, unfortunate amusement rising. I jumped up and ran as sprightly as I could to the stairwell with Cope on my heels. We sprinted down several flights before I fell back against the wall, laughter bubbling out. It went on and on, only getting worse when Cope joined in with his deep chuckling, a joyful rumble. We laughed away the anxiety and discomfort of the day, and though we'd never be able to ease back into the innocence of friendship the way it used to be, I knew we'd be okay. We stayed in the stairwell until I heard Flynn's guest leave his place and get on the elevator. I marched back up the steps and went straight to his apartment. I stood there with my hands on my hips and Cope at my back. When Flynn opened the door and raked his eyes up and down my body, a case of nerves came back full force, and my bright idea to smile at him disappeared. My hands dropped at my side. Flynn leaned against the door jamb with one forearm propped up on it. His red hair was darkened by water, and he was wearing a towel around his waist. Just a towel. He was short, with a prize-fighter's physique. He eyed our badges.
"Been waiting long?"
he asked. The question was casual enough, but a warning lived in his eyes. He was wary of us. I smiled tightly, which brought a giant grin to his rugged, handsome, freckled face. "Your father is away, and he won't be back until tomorrow," I told him. "Can we come in?" He shrugged, turning his back on us with the confidence of a man who was either not afraid to die or not scared to defend himself in an attack. We followed him inside and closed the door. Flynn walked into the bedroom, but Cope and I stayed in the living area, on alert. His apartment faced a stunning water view, magnified by floor-to-ceiling windows. Walking toward the glass gave me a weird sense of vertigo as I realized just how high we were. I placed my hand on the top of a sleek black couch. His furniture was sparse and modern. The only decor was on the far wall, shelves filled with hundreds of trophies and ribbons.
"You will not be needing that,"
Cope said. I turned and saw Flynn placing a handgun on the bar top that overlooked the kitchen. My heart gave a hard pound. At least he wasn't in a towel anymore. He'd changed into red silky shorts.
"Well, I certainly hope not, mate, but you can never be too careful."
Flynn leaned against the bar, eyeing us, with the steel of the weapon gleaming next to him. Okay, he was just making a point. Now it was time for me to reassure him. "This is Copano, a son of Alisair, and I'm Anna, Belil's daughter." He pointed at me.
"You nearly got yourself killed last year. I remember your sweet little ass."
Before I could open my mouth, Cope stepped toward him, tension punctuating the air. I moved forward, giving Cope's forearm a quick squeeze.
"We have come to your homeland to bring good news, Flynn Fraser, and we come in friendship, but you will show Anna respect."
I clenched my teeth as another wide grin stretched over Flynn's face. He looked back and forth between us, not sure what to make of all this.
"Sure, yeah. No Neff's ever demanded respect from me before, but I may be able to pull it off this once, depending on what you've got to say."
"Let's all sit down," I said, jumping in. "It might take a while to explain everything." Flynn took the pistol and tucked it into the back of his shorts. He strode over and sat in a red chair, lounging with his legs wide apart and his arms behind his head. Flynn kept a look of suspicious speculation on his face the whole time I spoke. I had to remind myself about the research my father had done on Flynn and trust that he was soft somewhere under that really hard, sarcastic demeanor. Each time we revealed ourselves to a Neff, there was the possibility that we could be betrayed. It was a chance we had to take. I hadn't been as afraid with Sania, maybe because her father treated her horribly. Flynn was more of a wild card. He could harbor guilt and anger about the life he'd been goaded into taking, while still having feelings of loyalty to his father. I didn't like this. "Flynn," I began, "what I'm going to tell you can never leave this room. We could all be killed for even discussing it." His eyebrows went up. "That right?" "Yes." I swallowed. "I need to know I can trust you." "I need to know I can trust you as well," he said. "For all I know, this could be some test of my loyalty to the Dukes. So what do you suggest?" I thought about it. "Show me your colors," I said. He chuckled. "I'll show you mine if you show me yours." Very funny, but it sounded fair. Frightening, but fair. "Okay," I said. With a rush of apprehension, I opened my mind. Flynn blinked at me, becoming serious, and then showed his colors too, a mix of gray distrust and orange excitement. Thoughts of Kaidan stayed far in the back of my mind, so I didn't worry about any of those colors showing. My mind was fully on the task at hand. "How about you, mate?" Flynn asked Cope. Capano frowned, but pushed out his gray worries as well. To take it a step further, I curled my skirt up a few inches and removed the dagger from my thigh, placing it on the table between us. Flynn grinned. "Know how to use that thing, do ya?" "I do," I assured him. "I'll bet." Cope grunted, causing Flynn's grin to grow. Riding a leap of faith, I told Flynn every single detail. The distrust faded bit by bit, dominated by a swirl of yellow and orange hues. The entire ordeal excited him. I waited for something dark and malicious to rise in his aura, but it never came. And when I was through, he crossed his arms over his chest and cocked his head. "So, what's in it for me? I mean, besides not having the old man breathing down my neck all the time." I looked at Cope, who kept an expressionless face, and then back at Flynn. "What I mean is..." He leaned forward and draped his forearms across his knees. "The Dukes get a shot at heaven. What about us?" Surprisingly, nobody else had brought up this detail. Even I hadn't given much thought to the inequity, but I could only shake my head because I didn't have all the answers. "We weren't promised anything in the prophecy," I said. "I wish I could say there was something in it for you, but I can't guarantee it. Our main reward will be life on Earth without the Dukes. But maybe that doesn't appeal to you. Maman treats you well." It was my test for him, and he knew it. His lips pursed, and his aura darkened into loathing. "I'm nothing more to my father than a high-priced amusement. He has no idea what he's stolen from me. I want him to rot." His words and matching aura hung between us, and I believed him. "Are you willing to help us?" I asked. Flynn held my eyes. Then he pulled the gun out from behind his back and laid it on the table in front of us, next to my knife. "I'm not really heaven material anyway, chickie babe. Sign me up for your team." Next to me, I sensed Cope's light blue aura of relief, just before he closed his eyes and hid his colors once again. I took a deep breath and nodded. I wasn't so sure about Flynn not being heaven material. When he gave me that knockout smile, I returned it in full. Merry Christmas to us. Chapter 11. Singles Awareness Day. Before Kai, I'd thought Valentine's Day was a sweet notion, even though I'd never had a boyfriend. But now I could see this day for the evil it was. Okay, maybe evil was too harsh. Cruel was more accurate. I'd taken a jog that morning through the frosty grass and then gone to school to face the saccharine hubbub. I still believed in love. I really did. But everything about this day felt so forced and pressurized. Girls were crying because they didn't get flowergrams from the boys they liked. Veronica was pouting because Jay got her a giant bouquet of pink carnations and baby's breath instead of red roses. 2 boys asked me out via flowergram, and I had to politely turn them down. And then there were the happy couples. The hand-holding and eye-gazing, the stolen kisses when teachers weren't looking. Everywhere I looked was love alongside brokenness. I was so tense when I got home that I decided to go for another jog to shake it off. Februaries in Georgia were always chilly, but it was brutal this year. My fingers, ears, and nose were freezing, definitely not helping with the stress and tension factor. I turned for home just as flurries started falling. We didn't get much snow, hardly any actually, so when we did, it filled me with an almost childish feeling of excitement. I stopped jogging and walked home, grinning stupidly at the falling wet flakes, holding out my icicle fingers to catch them. I was so lost in the beauty of nature that I thought I'd imagined it when I heard a lovely, low, accented voice call my name. I stopped in front of my apartment building, still grinning, and turned, then held my breath and let the grin fall from my face. On the other side of the lot, standing next to a black car with the driver's door open, was Kaidan. We stared without moving or speaking. I didn't feel cold anymore. He had on a knitted gray cap, and his hair adorably stuck out of the edges and curled upward. His eyes were locked on mine, and even through the falling snow, their blueness shone like a beacon to my heart. But I didn't move toward him. The way he stood there with his hand on the door and a guarded expression, not angry or happy, just cautious, he reminded me of a wild animal, as if I'd stumbled into the path of a majestic stag in the woods. Any false move or sound could startle him away. "Hi," I whispered.
"Hi yourself,"
he said quietly. This was really happening. I swallowed, and my chest shook a little when I breathed. "I hate Valentine's Day," I told him. The corners of his mouth hinted at a sad grin.
"Yeah, it's shite."
I grinned a little too. "Is everything okay?" I asked, wondering for the first time why he was here. It took him a moment to answer, as our greedy eyes soaked each other in.
"I just needed to see that you're well, and it seems you are."
He gripped the door, and I saw it move an inch, which caused a mild flurry of panic in my chest. "Don't go yet. Please don't go." I stepped to the edge of the sidewalk, still afraid that if I got too close he'd vanish. But I needed to get close. I needed to tell him about the prophecy and that I'd always love him, even if he continued to deny me forever. Seeing those eyes made me wonder how I could have ever thought he meant what he said to cope, or how I could have thought I could so easily move on. One glimpse at him, and I was his all over again. A stab of guilt pained me when I thought about that closet in Australia. I was halfway across the street, eyelashes fluttering away snowflakes. He was pushing past the door to come to me. This is all I'd wanted, for him to come to me, even for a moment. It didn't matter that I probably looked like a mess from my frozen run, or that he'd spent the last year and even longer pushing me away. What mattered was that he was here now, and we could finally fix it all. I could see in his warm eyes that's what he wanted too. And then the most awful, ugly sight dotted the far sky. We both noticed at once and halted. 2 whisperers. They weren't flying low. It seemed they were just passing over on their way somewhere else. But still, we couldn't take the chance of being seen together. Kaidan murmured something sharp, stepping back. Icy fear filled me as I instinctually backed between the parked cars and toward the stairs, my eyes still on Kaidan. His eyes hit mine one last time, his jaw tight.
"Don't try to follow me. I'm on my way to the airport."
I nodded, and he slid into the car like a shadow. The sleek vehicle pulled away as I shot up the stairs and into my apartment, tremors shaking my frozen body. Patty was on me in an instant. "Are you okay? Did you see Kaidan? He was here." I let her lead me to the couch. The apartment felt so hot compared to outside. My eyes skidded around the walls, expecting whisperers to come flying in at us, but they didn't. I caught a glimpse of myself in the wall mirror and saw a sheet of light snow melting in my hair. Patty put her warm hands on my cheeks. "You're freezing." I grabbed her hands and looked at her. I saw him, but we didn't get to talk because some stupid demons were flying over, and I wanted to cry. I needed to cry. My eyes and throat burned, but I couldn't get the tears to come. Instead, all I could do was gulp tiny gasps of air. Patty's wide eyes went to the door. "Did they see you two?" I shook my head, and she pulled me into a hug and rubbed my back. "Shh, it's okay, sweet girl. You got to see each other, and that's a blessing, right? Let's just say I gave him a hug big enough for the both of us." I squeezed her harder, so glad she'd been able to pour some love into him on this stupid day of hearts and flowers, even if just for a minute. "You better get ready for your self-defense class," she murmured into my hair. "I don't want to go. Your daddy will have a conniption if you miss your class. Maybe it'll help you get your mind off everything." I sniffed, doubtful. Maybe. It didn't help get my mind off anything. Being there, grappling with my instructor and having my face smashed into the mat for the third time in 10 minutes only reminded me why I had learned to fight in the first place. Paul, a middle-aged ex-FBI sniper and hand combat instructor, rocked back on his heels and shook his head at me.
"You sick or something?"
I pushed to my feet. "No, sorry, just distracted."
"Why? Valentine's Day?"
He punched my shoulder and grinned. I had a feeling Paul was one of those freaky people who could kill someone with a pinch to a pressure point, but he was such a doting family man that you'd never know if you weren't aware of his past jobs. I rolled my eyes at him and said, "I had a bad day."
"Go ahead."
He pointed to his chin.
"Hit me as hard as you can. It'll make you feel better."
"No way." He laughed at me, but I wasn't feeling playful. Paul had been trying to get me to punch him in the face for the past year. I used to think he was joking, but now I knew he was serious, which was beyond weird to me. He wasn't afraid of pain or bruises, but I just couldn't do it.
"All right, fine," he said. "Enough mat work. Grab your knives and let's practice running throws."
I held back a groan. I sucked at throwing while in motion. My phone beeped with a text, and I ran over to check it, despite Paul's glare. It was Veronica. "Party at Will's. Come with me?" It was a Thursday night. If she was trying to go out on Valentine's Day and not mentioning Jay, then they must have been fighting. I nearly texted her back no, but then the thought of an ice-cold drink in my hand hit me with a stampede of tingles. "I'll be there," I texted back. I went back to an impatient Paul, who stood with his muscled arms crossed, ready to run me ragged. I only hit the target twice out of like a million runs, turns, and throws. I was so tired of Paul yelling instructions that I almost took him up on the offer to punch him in the face. I'd never been so glad for a training session to end. I didn't bother looking at my watch to see when I was starting my first drink. I tilted up the beer bottle and chugged with the full intention of getting drunk. Veronica's eyes bugged out. "Holy hell?" she said. "Hell is not holy. Trust me." I tossed my bottle and popped the top off another. "Dang, someone's pissy tonight," Veronica said. The first beer warmed my insides, and I leaned against Veronica. "I guess we both had a bad day, huh?" I asked her. "Yep." She tried to chug her beer, but had to stop halfway through. "How do you do that? Beer is so nasty." Yeah, it was. I clinked mine to hers. "Let's just have fun tonight, 'kay? "That's what I'm talking about, girl." We clinked bottles again, and I hollered across the room to Will, "Can we get some music in here?" Everyone cheered. Oh boy, not good. I couldn't recall all the details, but it went something like this. We drank a little. Okay, a lot. Veronica started complaining about Jay, and we got in a fight. Then I heard she was sick in the bathroom, so I pushed my way in to take care of her. We ended up on the porch, crying and hugging, Veronica puking one last time in the driveway, until Jay showed up to take us both home at midnight. Ugh. Patty didn't say anything when I stumbled in, reeking like a brewery. She only looked relieved that I was home alive, and I felt guilty because I'd drunk way more than I should have, even though there were no whisperers there. She pitied me for having to work, but I hadn't been working. I'd just been partying. I went to my room and flopped on my bed. The day weighed heavily on me. I wanted to cry or scream, but I couldn't do either. I knew I should go to sleep, but I was wired and restless. I pulled out my phone and called Marna. She answered right away. "It's 5:30 a.m. "Sorry, I need Blake's number," I blurted. She was quiet for a second and then sighed. "Very sneaky. I approve." She recited the number and then hung up. I dialed Blake, heart in my throat. "Hello," he said in his Valley Boy voice. I could hear lots of voices in the background. "Hey, it's Anna. Is this a bad time?"
"Anna,"
his voice lit up.
"It's a fine time. Just chilling with some friends."
"Okay." I totally clammed up. What was I supposed to say now? Give me the lowdown on Kaidan? Is he working? Is he okay?
"Let me guess,"
Blake said.
"You're drinking and dialing."
A loud laugh slipped out and I covered my mouth.
"That's some dangerously cray-cray business right there,"
he said. "Yeah," I admitted. The room spun a little as I lay back. Blake was quiet a few seconds before saying,
"He's not here, by the way."
"I know." He was probably just arriving in L.A. I chewed my lip and curled up on my side, reluctant to say too much. Talking to Blake made me feel closer to Kai, that 1 degree of separation thing. I just feel...
"I know how you feel, girl. It's all good. Everything's fine."
The thing about Blake was that he always sounded breezy and light, but I could sense seriousness in his words. Loud, girly laughter erupted from his end of the phone, and Blake laughed too, covering the phone and saying something to the girls who were trying to talk to him. "I'll let you go, Blake," I said. "I know you're busy."
"Never too busy for you. Will I see you soon?"
There was real hope in his voice, and it made me smile. "I hope so. Watch out for him, Kay."
"I always do."
We hung up, and some of the chill I'd been carrying all day melted away. Spring. Senior year. Chapter 12. Spring break. It was finally warm outside again. I took things day by day, always on edge, always awaiting news of my next mission. The dairy bar opened during spring break, so I went back to work. I was halfway through my shift on Wednesday when the door to the ice cream stand burst open and my boss and coworkers screamed. The giant man standing there looked scary as hell, with his shaved head and all-black biker ensemble. "Dad!" He nodded at me and looked at my boss, a middle-aged woman who leaned back against the soft-serve machine with a hand on her heart, staring at him.
"Sorry, miss, but we have a family emergency. Anna's got to leave for a few days."
Without taking her eyes off him, she nodded, and her scared gray aura simmered into red. "Oh, come on. That's just... ew." Dad grabbed my hand. "Sorry," I called to my boss over my shoulder. We headed to the compact rental car across the street. He cracked me up with those cars that didn't match his gruff personality whatsoever. "You need a Harley," I told him.
"It's not so easy to rent those when you're in a hurry,"
he replied, opening my door.
"Get in."
I did as I was told, but when he got in, he didn't start the car. He just turned his big body to me in the cramped space and ran a hand down his goatee, frowning. "What's wrong?" I asked.
"Remember last year before New Year's, when we had that regional meeting at Farzouf's?"
My pulse quickened.
"Well, it's time for another one. Tomorrow night in Atlanta, just the U.S. Dukes."
My insides rolled. "Do I have to go?"
"Hell no. I can't have you anywhere near Farzouf. I need to get you out of town, right now."
He tapped the steering wheel with thick fingers.
"I'm telling them I've sent you on college trips."
"Where am I really going?"
"All over the damn place."
He pulled a folded paper from his back pocket. I scanned the itinerary and realized he wasn't kidding. I would be traveling the world, one airport to the next for 3 straight days.
It'll be safer for you in the skies. The Legionnaires don't venture up there. They stay low to the earth.
Will you get in trouble if I'm not there? I asked.
Nah, don't worry about that. Your flight leaves in 5 hours. Go pack a bag and get Patty to take you.
Will Kaidan and Blake be there?
I'm sure they will,
he said. Then he tapped my temple.
Head in the game, gal.
I hugged him across a small console, and he kissed my forehead. I called Marna during my France layover. I'd be landing in London shortly and would have more than 2 hours before my next flight. As I dialed her, my eyes surveyed the airport lobby, just as I'd done at every stop, looking for spirits. I hadn't seen any. "Hello?" she answered. "Hey," I said. "It's clear here," she told me. "He's away at some gala." "Are you working tonight?" I asked. "We're on our way out. What's up with you?" Without giving her any details or reasoning, I explained that I'd be stopping in London on a layover during my travels. She got all excited and said she'd try to make it out for a quick visit if she was done working by then. When I arrived in London, Marna met me at a coffee shop just inside the airport. It was nearly midnight, but plenty of people were still around. We sat at a tall table on high stools with our creamy cappuccinos. "Ginger's not coming?" I asked. She gave me a tight smile and took a sip. "She's still working. She can kill me later." We both sipped our hot drinks, and she eyed me. "No offense, love, but you look cream-crackered." "Huh?" She giggled. "Knackered." "Oh, yeah, tired." I'd tried to learn some of that Brit slang online, but it was all confusing to me. "I'm so out of it." I lay my head down, and she laughed. "Tell me what's been up since I last saw you. Any new friends?" I knew she meant allies, and I smiled as I sat back up. "Yep, just one, but he's a good one." "Fab," she grinned. "And how is our lad Cope?" I swallowed. "He's fine. I haven't talked to him since I saw him at Christmas." She watched me carefully, and her probing eyes threw me off kilter. My mouth went dry. He couldn't have told her. There's no way. "What?" I asked. It came out all nervous and guilty sounding. Great. "Nothing." She propped her elbows on the little round table. "It's just that you can talk to me if you'd like." She seriously must have had some kind of radar for gossip. I had zero intention of telling any living soul about the kiss or Cope's secret. No way was I spilling those beans. "He's great to work with," I told her. "It's been nice getting to know him." Her eyebrows went up. "Something's happened," she stated with gleeful assuredness. Gah, dry mouth. I grabbed my mug and sipped, trying to make a face at Marna like she was crazy, but I couldn't manage to get my eyebrows together in a convincing enough furrow. She gasped and let her palms fall smack against the table, gaping at me. "Get out," she said. "He snogged your face off, didn't he?" I coughed. "Really? This is Cope we're talking about, Marna." "He totally did. Your acting is horrendous, Anna." This could not be happening. I dug the heels of my palms into my eyes. "You have to promise you won't tell a soul, especially not Ginger." I sat up and looked at her ogling face. "I'm serious, Marna, because what happened was a total fluke. We'd just been scared to death, and we were still caught up in the emotions from that. He would die if he knew I told you. It was just one kiss. One really steamy kiss. I promise not to tell." I could see in her eyes and the firm set of her mouth that she meant it. But a kiss is never just a kiss, Anna, especially from the likes of him. Cope would scoop you right up if you'd let him. I sloshed the cooling coffee around the cup. "I know, Marna, but I can't. He's awesome, he really is, but I just can't." She nodded, as if she understood the myriad jumble of reasons why I couldn't. There was no judgment on her face, and for that, I was grateful. "Tell me," she said, leaning forward, "because I'm simply expiring of curiosity over here. Oh no. Was it brilliant? Was he reserved and gentle, or did he unleash his inner beast? I buried my face in my hands, and the heat rose upward. Marna clapped her hands and tapped her feet on the rail, laughing lightly. I knew it! It was good and beastly. I'd always wondered, although I don't fancy him in that way. Just imagine all that pent-up testosterone. Oh, enough. I cut her off, and she threw back her head in amusement. Even I had to laugh now. When our bout of giggling ended, we watched each other, just two girls in a cozy coffee shop. Kai came to see me on Valentine's Day, I said. Her large gray eyes twinkled. I know. He told you? She nodded and set down her cup, crossing her legs and placing her hands in her lap. I waited, because it looked like she was trying to figure out what to say. Remember what we told you last time you were here? About him not, I mouthed the word, working, and she nodded. Well, she continued, it's for certain. He told me himself. He'll do a half-hearted job if he's called to by his father, but otherwise, nothing. Oh my gosh, I was beyond scared for him. I felt nauseous. Why did he stop? I whispered. She licked her lips and sighed. Please tell me, I begged. Her eyes drifted up to mine. I don't want to get your hopes up. My hopes immediately went up like a hot air balloon in my chest. Tell me. Fine. She leaned forward, and so did I. Lately, he's been asking a lot about you and Cope. He totes believes the two of you are meant to be or something. My cheeks heated with guilt and embarrassment, and she bit her lip, probably thinking about the kiss, just as I was. Of course, I tell him you're only friends, but I think he feels like he needs to be like Cope, to prove he can be strong enough and worthy enough for you. I closed my eyes, the late-night cappuccino churning my stomach. He doesn't need to prove anything to me. Maybe not to you, but to himself. I remembered the look on his face when he'd come to me last month. He'd been void of that cocky bravado and showing a deeper kind of confidence in himself, a willing openness I'd never seen before, and it had drawn me to him. A chime sounded from Marna's purse, and she lifted out her cell phone with slender fingers. She read the text and rolled her eyes. Oh, I'd better go before Ginger comes looking for me and murders us both. We stood and embraced. I miss you, I whispered, and I felt her nod. Then she kissed my cheek. Take care, you. She flipped the chestnut locks off her shoulder and swished out of the shop, taking my secret with her. When I got back home Saturday night, I didn't know up from down. My internal clock was so battered that I felt confused. Patty forced me to eat and drink something. She then sat on the edge of my bed, running her fingers through my hair. I didn't see a single spirit the whole time I was away, I mumbled as the grogginess took over. Thank the Lord, she whispered. I heard her sniffle and saw her hands wiping her face, and before I passed out, I wondered how much more of this life she could possibly take. Summer, end of senior year. Chapter 13. Graduation Visitors. Sweat beaded under my royal blue cap and gown. It was hot for an outdoor graduation, but everyone was too energized to complain. As the band played Pomp and Circumstance, it was difficult not to be swept away by the rushes of joy, sadness, eagerness, and hope from hearts in every direction. If only everyone could see what I saw. Colors swirling, dancing, blending. Iridescent mists of attentive guardian angels above them. Not a demon in sight. Abundant joy. Like at every big event in my life, I couldn't help but think of Kaidan. He'd moved to LA halfway through his senior year, and I didn't even know if he'd graduated. My mood dampened until I spotted Patty in the stands. She shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand. When I waved, she broke into a smile and sent me a fast-moving wave in return. I half expected to see Dad at her side, but he hadn't shown. The happy, happy, joy thing was not his scene. After diplomas had been passed out and closing remarks were being made, I spied 2 brown-haired beauties at the end of the field. My heart jumped in recognition as I stretched my sight to them. What on earth were Marna and Ginger wearing? I'd never seen them in matching outfits. Closer inspection revealed knee-length navy blue dresses with thin belts and red neckerchiefs. Then I noticed the tiny airplane emblems on the breast pockets. Flight attendants. I broke into a smile and waved, sending my hearing to them as well. "Everything all right?" I asked them under my breath. "Everything is dandy," Marna said. "Do you like our get-ups?" She held out her arms and spun around. I gave her a thumbs up. We'd been seated in alphabetical order, so I leaned forward to look at Jay several rows ahead of me. I wondered if he'd seen the twins, but they were too far away for him. When our graduating class was announced, we flung our caps skyward. I bypassed celebratory students, stopping for quick hugs along the way, and found Patty as quickly as I could. At the bottom of the stadium stairs, we moved aside to let the traffic pass, and we embraced, rocking back and forth. Patty's eyes were red and watery when we pulled apart. "The twins are here," I whispered before she could get too sappy. Her eyes grew. "Is something wrong?" "I don't think so. It looks like they got jobs with an airline." "Well, I'm excited to finally meet them after hearing about them all this time." We found them again in the parking lot, which was gridlocked with graduates and loved ones milling about, conversing and taking pictures. When I introduced them to Patty, she took them both by surprise by giving them big motherly hugs that they returned with awkward pats and unsure expressions. "I know you told me they were gorgeous, Anna, but my goodness," she pulled back. "It's so good to finally meet you. Can you girls come to our place? I'm making a cake, and we're barbecuing chicken out in the common area." Ginger gave Marna a sidelong glance. "We'd love to come," Marna said, clapping her hands. Ginger pursed her lips. "Wonderful." Patty beamed. She took her camera from her purse and handed it to Marna. "Would you mind taking a picture of us?" I grabbed Patty, and we pressed our cheeks together for the picture. "Now one of you girls." Patty took the camera and motioned us together. I stood between the twins, and as if rehearsed, they both wrapped an arm around my waist, propped their other hands on their hips, and bent a knee inward. I was stuck between 2 pros. They could probably conjure a wind to blow their hair if they wanted. Patty got a little carried away, zooming and angling, and after 6 or 7 shots, I laughed and told her, "Enough." A loud burst of laughter came from a nearby group, and I wasn't surprised to see it was Jay's family. I cupped my hands around my mouth and hollered at Jay, giving him a wave. He didn't even notice the twins at first as he came jogging over, a goofy grin on his face. His robe dangled open, and his old ball cap sat askew on his head. "Ms. Whitt." Jay grabbed Patty in a hug before turning and lifting me off the ground. I screamed and heard clicking from Patty catching the moment on film. "We're all growed up now." Jay set me down and pretended to wipe his eyes. I could tell the moment he finally noticed the twins, because the silliness disappeared, and he snagged the hat off his head. "Oh, hey," he said. The next moment was like a scene from a movie, where 2 people locked eyes and music played while everyone else disappeared into background noise. Jay and Marna didn't move or speak. They just stared. His aura blew up like a puffy cloud of jubilant yellows and oranges, outlined in a swirl of red. Even Patty seemed to take note of the thick air between them. Ginger crossed her arms. And then, like a record scratching abruptly, Veronica arrived and slid an arm around Jay's waist, glaring death rays at the twins. Jay's aura popped like a thin bubble into a puff of light gray guilt and confusion, while Veronica sported a band of green, thick enough to drown out the blue of her graduation robe. She tipped her head up to Jay and forced a smile. I held my breath. "Congratulations, baby," she said. They used to call each other baby all the time, but it had been a few months since I'd heard either of them say it. Jay cleared his throat.
You too,
he said. Veronica stretched onto her tiptoes and kissed his mouth. He gave her a quick peck and gently pulled away. Marna's sweet smile never wavered, but her eyes now lacked their luster. Veronica sent me an accusatory look, as if I'd betrayed her. Oi. I raised my eyebrows and shrugged to show I hadn't known they would be here. Truly, I would have avoided this discomfort at any cost. The cars are finally moving, I told Patty. Should we head out? She glanced back and forth between my friends, a worried streak entering her aura at the sense that something was amiss. I'd never told her about the Veronica J. Marna issue. Yes. Just let me get a picture of you with Jay and Ronnie, then we'll go. I was relieved when Jay and Veronica left to join their families again, and we all got in our cars. The twins followed us to the apartment. I took the stairs 2 at a time, excited to have company today. When I opened the door, I gasped and stood there in shock a moment before saying, "Patty, it's awesome." She had decorated with my school colors. Royal blue and gold streamers crisscrossed the ceiling, and balloons were everywhere. I heard her and the twins come up behind me, Patty giggling and Marna oohing. I was about to hug Patty when a movement on the other side of the room caught my eye through the dangling balloon ribbons. I cursed my stupid body, whose first reaction was to scream. Mid-shriek, I realized it was my dad, but my startled system couldn't stop its initial reaction. A chain reaction started as Patty, then both the twins screamed too. Dad parted the balloons and slunk forward, chuckling. We all shut up and caught our breaths.
Do you give all your guests such a warm welcome?
Patty's hand was on her heart. Geez, John, a little warning next time.
I bet you're wishing you'd never given me that key,
Dad said to Patty with his most charming, frightening grin. He stared at her long enough to make her face redden and her aura sputter. She rolled her eyes and went past him to the kitchen. "We're about to grill," she said without looking up from the food prep. "You're welcome to stay." Her aura was a strange blend of yellow and light gray annoyance.
Can't stay long. Just wanted to see my little girl on her graduation day.
Dad nodded a greeting at the twins, and they slunk back against the 2 bar stools at the counter. My heart rate was still rapid when he came forward and embraced me. "Thanks for coming," I whispered into his black t-shirt. I breathed in his clean, zesty scent and didn't want to let him go.
I came to give you a gift.
I looked up at him with expectancy.
But not yet,
he said. I made a face. Patty came toward the door with a platter of chicken in her hands, a bottle of barbecue sauce, and grilling utensils under her arm, and a pack of matches between her teeth. Dad and I both moved to take something from her at the same time. He held up a hand toward me and said,
"I got it."
He took the platter, and she removed the matches from her mouth. "I can do it," she insisted. He grinned as I opened the door for them.
"Yeah,"
he said over his shoulder.
"I know you can."
And together, they left for the commons area to be domesticated. Weird. The twins and I stood there in silence. They were like mannequins. "You know you guys don't have to be Ginger smacked a hand over my mouth and glared at me. I shut up and moved away. Walking to the couch through the balloons, the twins followed me and sat down. "We're just not used to it," Marna whispered. "I know, but he's on our side. We can talk," I assured them. "So what's up with you two? You're really flight attendants?" Marna's eyes danced. "I prefer sky muffins," she giggled. "Astaroth wouldn't allow us to." Ginger elbowed her, and they shared a frightened glance. "It's okay," I said. "Really, you can say whatever you want. We're safe." Ginger crossed her arms and legs. Marna swallowed hard and nodded at me with her gray doe eyes. "Okay," she began. Well, he wouldn't allow us to move to the United States or apply to classes at uni, so we came up with this idea and he bought it. But only after he suggested we become a stripping duet, Ginger grumbled. "At a high-end club, of course," Marna added with a wink. "Anyhow, when we promised to make married men join the Mile High Club, He was sold, but only on a trial run, Ginger specified. I had no idea what the Mile High Club was, and I wasn't about to ask. Marna charged ahead. Yes, we are basically in a probation period to see how it goes. Astaroth pulled strings with the airline, so we'll always fly together. We're on an 8-hour layover right now, so we've got to head back to Atlanta in a bit. Seeing Marna there on my couch, and knowing they'd secured a tiny piece of temporary freedom, caused a surge of happiness to rise up in me. I'm excited for you guys, I said. Promise me you'll call anytime you're in this area, okay? Marna promised, and we sat there chatting until Patty and Dad came back up with the empty platter. Chicken's on the grill, Patty announced from the sink. I smiled until Dad cleared his throat and said,
I've got to get going.
But you just got here, I said. You're not staying to eat? Patty asked. He shook his head.
Sorry, girls. No time. I just came to visit for a minute and give Anna her present.
I stood and faced Dad while he scratched his goatee.
You ready for it?
He asked. I nodded, nervous. What is it?
Your next assignment.
My heart jumped, and I held my breath.
You've told the girls everything, right?
He inclined his head toward the twins, who didn't move a muscle. Yeah, they know everything, I said.
Well, good. Now you're off to California to tell the last of your Neff pals. Happy graduation, and happy birthday next week.
California. The word blinked and shouted in my mind. My heart rapid-fired as he presented an itinerary sheet from his back pocket, smacking it into the palm of my hand. Do not smile. Do not react. I curled my fingers around the paper, dancing, leaping on the inside. Thank you, I whispered. Patty turned off the water and stared at me, joy thinly veiled across her face. You're going to California? When I nodded, she raced into the living room, hands still wet, and threw her arms around me. Finally.
All right,
Dad said. He tapped his temple and eyed me.
Head in the game, girl.
I nodded, holding back nervous, happy laughter as Patty let me go and practically danced her way into the kitchen to finish up. My head was light with a buzzing sensation.
Nice call on learning sign language, by the way,
Dad said, looking at the twins and me.
Don't let any of the dukes or spirits see you using it, though. Any signs between Neff have been put to a stop in the past. I've got the daughter of Senelian and the son of Maman learning, too,
he said to me. Awesome. Thanks, Dad.
Yep. We've got our annual summit coming up next week in Vegas, Dukes only, so that's when you'll go to California. I've got to head out now, but I wanted to give you this in person.
He tweaked my chin, and I grabbed his hand. I never felt like I got enough time with him, and I wanted to ask him about a Neff being plagued with multiple temptations. Can I call you later today? I asked.
Yep.
Dad kissed my temple and hulked to the door, boots clanking. He turned back to the three of us one last time before leaving.
Head in the game, girls,
he repeated. He sent Patty a wink, and she shook her head. Then he was gone. Marna and Ginger made no noise, but they slumped with relief at his absence. I plopped down on the couch with them. My heart hummed and throbbed at the thought of California. Ginger glanced toward Patty in the kitchen, then whispered to me, Your mum actually likes Kai? Yeah, she loves him. This seemed to surprise Ginger. She stared at Patty with wonder in her eyes. When I looked at Marna, she wore a pinched expression as she stared at the carpet. What's wrong? I asked. Without looking up, she cleared her throat and paused. Nothing. She gave me an award-winning smile. Well, I don't know about you girls, Patty called out, but I'm starving. You want to help me throw everything together before I go check on the chicken? The twins shared uncertain expressions. Sure, we'll help, I answered for them. What do you need us to do? All right, how about you and Marna make the salad, and Ginger can help me bake this cake? Their eyes filled with horror. You mean, like, chopping things? Marna whispered. Yeah, it's not hard. We'll do it together. At my prompting, they stood, but made no move toward the kitchen with me. "I'm not sure you ought to trust me with a knife," Marna said. "Or me with baked goods," Ginger added. I'd never seen her so unsure of herself. If it were just me making the request, she'd tell me to go screw myself. But neither girl seemed to know how to act around Patty. They fidgeted and glanced at the kitchen. Patty came over and took Ginger by the arm. "You'll both be fine," Patty insisted. "It'll be fun." The seriousness of the twins in the kitchen was comical. They took each step of their jobs with slow, attentive detail, checking and double-checking the measurements, while Patty ran out to flip the chicken. Somewhere halfway through, the girls loosened up, and we started chatting. Patty put Ginger at ease in a way I'd never seen her. At one point, we were all laughing, and I realized I'd never seen Ginger laugh in a carefree